What is going on, guys? Thank you so very much for joining us right here on Tuesday night. It is Tuesday Night Titans, episode number 74 for your Tuesday, November 26th, 2024. I am your host, JD from New York. As always, joined by my co-host who I love took the anger and the hostility away from me from the AEW sickos this week, man. He went to war on social media, the one and only the Solomonster. What's going on, brother?
Oh, I'm exhausted. Now I know what you go through on a regular basis. Jesus Christ.
I was actually surprised that you actually, I would say, got into it with these no-lifers out there, man. I was surprised to see you engage in such activity online.
Well, normally I wouldn't do it, but I was just so kind of taken aback by how much of it there was. And it just sort of pissed me off. Like, you know, this is crazy. And so I had to react to it. And yeah, it was a very eventful day on Thursday. This was after Dynamite last week, which I thought was one of the worst shows that they've done. Actually, the worst show that they've done before a pay-per-view, but one of the worst Dynamites all year.
Yes.
And boy, there were a lot of people who disagreed with me over that. And they made it personal. They clearly took it very personally. And so I figured, look, just address it one time, let people just know, you know, what's going on here, what the real issue is that's going on here, because I think a lot of it has to do with WWE. And so, yeah, what you saw is what I talked about on my show this past weekend.
It's amazing, man. I was actually kind of angered, too, because they lumped me into whatever and now are claiming that I've corrupted you. Meanwhile, You got like 12 or 13 years on me in this podcast shit. It's like, the fuck are you talking about, man? I don't corrupt nobody, man. He's his own person. You're like one of these evil movie villains who just sort of, you know, puts a curse right on the good guy and just corrupts their soul. Yeah. Apparently, you have a huge influence over people. You have more power than you thought. I guess.
And, yeah, it was amazing. But yeah, it is exhausting because, again, when you're playing a team sport, you really, it's hard to get through to people. There really is no getting through to some people. Like, they have their mind set, and debating them is just a futile, activity. You're not going to really change too many people's minds. Although there was at least one person who did admit, because they didn't really listen to me. I guess they must have come across something I tweeted. They kind of got in on the party, and then, you know, once people set them straight, they actually apologized. And you don't see that too often on social media, where they admit, oh, yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't really follow his content too much. I didn't know. So that was interesting, because, again, that's just not something that happens. But, again, that's just, if people use their brain and use common sense a little more often, they would understand, you know, where I'm coming from, and they just don't want to do that because it's very tribal, and, you know, you say bad things about the company they love, and they don't react to that.
Or better yet, guys, why don't you listen to the fucking content before you start making some incriminatory remarks on social media? I mean, it's all in the content, man. What do you want me to do? It's all in the content.
But they're not going to do that, though, because, again, anything negative or anything remotely negative is just a huge turnoff. And it's just not, they don't want to hear it. You know, it's like putting your hands over your ears.
Yeah. Well, they're going to hear it. They're going to hear it. They're going to hear it.
No. They're going to hear it. No, absolutely. They're going to hear it. But yeah, that was one of the common tweets and messages that was coming in. Oh, yeah, JD. Yeah, it's all JD's fault. This all goes back to JD.
Oh, yeah, just blame me. Blame me for everything. Blame me for Solomonster's fucking take on AEW. Blame me for the low ticket sales. But just blame me for everything, man. I'll just take the punishment from the sickos.
As if there was never a negative word that came out of my mouth before May of 2024 about AEW. It was all just, you know, rainbows and flowers before that. But only when JD came along did things, just this dark cloud suddenly came over.
I guess.
It's amazing.
I don't know. Yeah. Last week alone, we disagreed on what, 4 or 5 different topics?
Well, don't tell them that. Now you're using common sense.
Watch the show, guys. Hopefully you guys are seated and watching us tonight, Tuesday night, episode 74. We got a lot to get into. Ricky Starks is the man of the hour. We're going to be talking about Ricky Starks. We had some late-breaking news happen here while we were setting up the show this evening. I did not see this before. And Fightful put up about 22 minutes ago that Ricky Starks was actually pulled from the GCW shows, and they just announced him for the Hammerstein Ballroom. No more. So we will go over that. We will go over some excerpts from the great Chris Van Vliet interview that he conducted with Ricky Starks. Contract update on Ricky Starks. So we will definitely get into all the Ricky Starks discussion today on episode 74. We'll also talk WWE as well. We got Roman Reigns and CM Punk on the same side for WarGames this Saturday. I am very excited about it. We talked about it last week, and basically everything that we had discussed last week beautifully played out on television Friday. So we will see all that happen at Survivor Series this Saturday, and we will definitely talk about that. Paul Heyman's inclusion in this, what we thought of everything there. We'll also give our thoughts on the new Women's Intercontinental Championship that was announced on Monday. That should be a shocker to nobody. AEW also has the Continental Classic starting on Wednesday. We'll go over some Full Gear news and notes. Australia for AEW not selling very well. We will go over that as well. And Jade Cargill's injury. Who attacked Jade Cargill is a big topic of discussion, as well as even some of the performers on WWE's side. Naomi, Bayley, they're all getting into it on social media. So we will definitely have some fun with that today as well. So make sure you guys follow us on social media. Everything you need is linked down below. Twitter and YouTube for Jason is linked down below in the description. Go follow him wherever you can. And same thing for me. You guys know the deal. Content on the channel. There's going to be a ton of it this week, so make sure you guys are ready. Hit that subscribe button down below. And super chats are open. I know some people said that there was a problem with the live stream chat. I'm not seeing any issues right now, but hopefully everything stays the way it is. Get those super chats in. It's a great way to help us out and support the show. And a goal tonight of 750 is the goal for the thumbs up. So please hit that thumbs up on episode 74. Enough of me. Pass it over to my guy here. Jason, what do you want to talk about?
Well, first thing, I just want to send a shout out to Sidro because somebody told me he was under the weather.
Yes, he's ill.
He is ill. Okay, good. Well, I thought the worst. I realized he wasn't around last night. I said, I hope he's okay. And then I see him in the chat. So it's good to have him with us tonight. Shout out to Sidro. I want to start with something positive that I really enjoyed. Just going back to Raw last night, I thought it was the best part of the entire show. Let's talk about the New Day.
Sure.
Because the New Day is going to have their 10-year anniversary special on Raw next Monday. And they didn't wait until next Monday. New Day imploded on Raw last night. And I don't know about you, but I loved that backstage segment with Xavier Woods and Kofi Kingston last night. And to me, for a group that has been around as long as they have, it's hard to keep things interesting. It's hard to keep things fresh. 10 years. I mean, it would be impossible in most situations to try to keep something like that fresh. New Day has not been fresh in a while. But all the things that they've been doing over the last few months built to that moment last night. And I know you're another one who talks about long-term booking and long-term storytelling a lot. That segment doesn't work last night in the way that it did without that long-term story being told. And I just thought the way it played out, that letting all their emotions out, venting on each other, the sick burns that were going back and forth. You heard the way the crowd was reacting to it. I just thought that segment was excellent. And I haven't felt that way about a New Day segment in a long time.
Yeah, I looked at it and I listened to everything that they said. I put my phone down because when the New Day, I've always said, when the New Day is serious, they are just excellent. And it really felt like you were watching two family members, two brothers, just kind of airing out their grievances over just holding everything in because they didn't want to hurt each other's feelings. I mean, you had Xavier Woods mention the fabled 6-second loss to Brock Lesnar. I mean, Kofi's probably still bothered by that, so that was raised last night.
There's a lot of fans that are still bothered by that.
I know. It's still, you still hear about it today on social media. And then Kofi obviously saying that he was a Hall of Famer before he brought Woods into the New Day. They didn't really need Woods, but he felt like, the New Day could benefit by using Woods. And they went back and forth. Xavier saying that he was basically the reason why Kofi Mania happened, and he was there every step of the way. It was such a great segment, and this entire story, Jason, has been such a great story, and that includes the Odyssey Jones removal, which, again, we don't really know where the story was going to go with him involved if he didn't get fired. So just based off that, to see where it kind of evolved into, it's just a great piece of storytelling. And I mentioned this last night. they have kept you on your toes every step of the way with the storyline. It could legitimately go in any direction. You don't know who's going to turn on who. If any of these guys are going to turn on one or another, we don't know. It's just a nice sense of unpredictability in it, so that when we get to next week, it's going to really be fresh. It's going to be unpredictable. It's going to be exciting. You don't know which direction the story is going to go. A lot of this really is great for them because, like you said, 10 years, it's tough to remain relevant and tough to stay fresh. I remember them when they were doing the unicorns and the dancing and the cereal and the trombones and the sexual innuendos. I mean, time and time again, we've seen them on TV just so many weeks, week after week after week. That type of comedy, that type of act really gets stale. So to see them kind of do this and have everything centered around them, I'm happy for them. And I'm very excited about what happens next week because I'm expecting Big E to be there. Everybody's missing Big E. It's going to be a big celebration. And one of the shows for Monday night in this stretch of 2 hours that finally has a must-see quality to it, because I feel like that's what they've been missing since they went to 2 hours.
Yeah, you know, what was also great about it is you could say that both of them were right in what they were saying. It's not like, okay, one person's right, the other person's being unreasonable. There was a lot of truth going back and forth, you know, and what both of them were saying last night. So again, it's hard to know if anyone's going to turn, who it's going to be, right? Or if they're just going to end up reuniting in the end and there's not going to be any kind of a turn. I don't know where they're going to go with it, and I like that because it is unpredictable in that way. I'm sure Big E, like you said, he has to be there. I think Kofi kind of spilled the beans when he said, "I'll see you at the reunion next week."
Yeah.
So I'm sure, you know, Big E will be there. But yeah, I mean, it's like two parents that are arguing and they're in the midst of a divorce, you know, when you're watching this play out. And it didn't hit me right away last night. I realized that after the fact. You know, you mentioned when Xavier Woods brought up the 6-second loss to Brock Lesnar. And just the way that he said, like, you had the opportunity, you pissed it away. He went from mentioning pissed to Brock Lesnar. And I didn't realize in that moment, like, oh boy, I don't know if that was done intentionally or not, if you're aware of the text messages and all that. So maybe it was a coincidence that they used that wording there. But yeah, I mean, and then people, of course, going wild about Brock Lesnar being mentioned. Does that mean anything? It doesn't. It's not an indication of anything. I wouldn't read too much into that. But it was real. It felt real, right? A lot of the New Day stuff has been very cartoony. And like you mentioned, the unicorns and the pancake throwing into the crowd and the bootios and all that. And that's great, you know, for a younger audience and for selling merch. But these guys were dead serious last night. And you had Kofi Kingston saying, I swear to God, if it was anybody else, you know, like he would just pop him where he stands. I haven't seen Kofi Kingston serious like that in maybe ever. It's a side of him that we haven't seen. And look how long he's been in the company for. He's been there since, oh my God, it's probably been almost 20 years at this point. And
it makes us feel old knowing how long he's there. I've been watching him forever.
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, he's closer to retirement than not. But it's a side of him that we just haven't seen before. So it makes you wonder, like, if he were to go heel, is that something that could be, you know, interesting for them to explore if it's maybe Kofi who ends up being the bad guy out of this? I'm not saying that I think that's going to happen, but it will be very interesting to see what they decide to do here, because the one thing I came back to from everything that was being said was when Kofi Kingston made that comment that, do you want to know why you've never been a world champion in this company before? And I have, and Big E has. It's because you're not good enough. And I look at that and I go, how could this man forgive him for saying that? Like, if they're just going to make up next week, Big E, maybe he'll play Peacemaker. But like that one line, if you're Xavier Woods, you can't let that go. Like, how do you forgive that? And is that leading somewhere? I just don't think it's something he could ignore, because that's such a damaging line, and maybe a truthful one. Like, you're not a world champion like us because you're not good enough. So I don't know where it's going to go, but all of a sudden I went from, I wouldn't say just like not looking forward to it, but not really caring that much about the whole kind of anniversary tribute aspect, to I'm really invested now, looking forward to seeing what they do. That, to me, that's must-see TV next week.
Yeah, it's the most interesting they've been in at least 5 years. And I did take notice of that line as well. And I've said personally on my side of things that I'd love to see Xavier Woods get a solo run and see what he can do with it, because I don't think he's a world champion by any stretch of the imagination, but he's always made comments that he wants to win the Intercontinental Championship. King of the Ring, he's always made mention he wanted to compete in King of the Ring again. I'd like to see that happen for him. I don't know how likely that is, because I know we talked about it last week. We're not going to just sit here and start breaking up tag teams in the current state of WWE where depth is an issue. So, again, we don't know if anybody's going to turn on anybody next week, but I did take notice of that line as well, and I would love to see, personally, Woods get a solo run. I think he would do very well for him, especially as a heel. I think he's got that evilness to him where he can actually be a very good heel on TV.
So a solo run as a heel, not as a like an underdog babyface?
No, I would like
Kofi?
to see him as a heel. Yeah, I can't see, me personally, I can't see Kofi as a heel. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Because you've seen him as a babyface for 20 years.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
So that's what's intriguing to me. Like, is there something there? Can he pull that off? Because it's a role that we're not used to seeing him in. And then there's Big E. I mean, again, you have people with their theories about maybe he's secretly cleared. Wouldn't it be cool if he was secretly cleared and, next week we see him, physically involved in some way. Maybe he gets attacked, and then, I mean, that's kind of pie in the sky. I don't think he is. I could see him being a referee for a future match, maybe between Kofi and Xavier, but, what's his role going to be in all this? Unless they all just reunite and that's it. Or do they reunite and maybe a month out? Maybe the Royal Rumble, then maybe the turn comes, right? I mean, there's a lot of different ways they can go with this.
Yeah, I could see that playing out. They keep the peace until January, February, and then all of a sudden come the Rumble, then we see one of them kind of betray the other and throw the other one over the top rope. I like that idea, actually.
Yeah. I mean, it's just I bring that up because it just reminds me so much of Brett and Owen, when they had their little falling out of Survivor Series, and then they kind of made up around the holidays and they became a team. And then the Royal Rumble rolled around. They had a shot at the tag belts and they lost. And that's when, Owen kicked Brett's leg out of his leg. And then, they went on to feud. So just because everything might work out okay next week doesn't mean that there still isn't something, brewing for later on.
I like it. Yes, that match was against the Quebecers.
That's
Love
right.
The Quebecers.
Of course, they're not the Mounties.
No.
Their music?
No.
They're not the Mounties. You know why they said that?
Why?
Because they got in trouble with the Mounties.
Ah, okay.
They were calling themselves the Mounties, and the Royal Canadian Police, they don't fuck around. And so they said, okay, we're not going to call him the Mountie anymore. And instead, he ended up becoming part of the Quebecers, but their music, it says we're not the Mounties. So that was their way around it. It's like a little F you to them,
A little factoid there. Look at that. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's why you have me here.
I know. I didn't know
I
that.
got to educate you,
So, yes, we got the New Day happening next week. It's going to be great. Also, on top of that, obviously, you guys can get ready beforehand. They got a 10-year photo gallery that WWE is going to put up online. New Day's best matches on WWE's YouTube channel. And then there's going to be an exclusive sit-down interview from Kofi, Xavier, and Big E as they reflect on stories from their 10-year New Day history. So that is going to be coming up within the week. So make sure you guys keep an eye on their social media for all that stuff. I'm sorry, Jason.
I was just going to bring up one more thing from Raw that doesn't really tie into anything big, but I wanted to bring it up. We had a tag team title match last night.
Yeah.
The Judgment Day, 154 days. This was only their second title defense, which I think is pathetic.
It's deplorable.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. And also disappointing because I was expecting a title change last night and we didn't get one, which probably means they're waiting until Liv Morgan is going to lose her championship. Maybe they'll all lose their titles at the same time. So that was disappointing. But, people have been asking me questions, and I have mailbag questions coming into the show because I talk a lot about the depth issues that the tag team divisions have had on Raw and SmackDown.
Yeah.
And there was a question that was asked of me, and it made me think, is it a depth issue? Or when we're talking about these tag team divisions on these two shows, is it really a depth issue or is it a creative issue? Because when you look at the tag teams on both shows, you have 8 teams on Raw and you have 8 teams on SmackDown. And you could absolutely have a rock solid tag team division with 8 teams. So it's not like, they need 10 or they need 12. I think it really, more than a depth issue, it really is an issue of just making tag team wrestling a priority. And it just doesn't seem to be a priority right now in WWE. So maybe it isn't so much a depth issue. What's your thought on that? Because there's a lot. Look, if you look at the roster, there's a decent number of teams. Some of them are hurt. Like Anderson and Gallows. I think Anderson's out for a while. So you have injuries, but it's not like they don't have tag teams.
Is it a depth issue when we talk about the brands individually? Yes. When we talk about depth issue and you combine the rosters and you combine the divisions, I don't really think it's much of a depth issue at that point. Then it kind of leads into the creative aspect, which hasn't really been all that great, let's be honest, for years, no matter who's in charge, Vince or Triple H. You and I've been discussing this until I'm blue in the face every week almost. Again, I know you feel the same way. I don't know why they split the tag team championships at WrestleMania. I know they wanted to give R-Truth that moment with The Miz. It's great. That moment lasted 3 or 4 weeks after that, and then they just became comedy shit on Monday night. Now we're all looking back at that and saying, was that really the best decision? But if you merge these divisions and you have 8 to 10 teams, that is more than a healthy division.
No,
so
but what I'm saying is there are 8 teams on each brand right now. So when you say it's a depth issue, and I even say it's a depth issue, I'm not so sure that it is a depth issue. I think it really does boil down to the creative and what they have them doing. I mean, is 8 teams not enough on Raw? Is 8 teams not enough on SmackDown?
Who are these teams?
All right, well, you look on SmackDown right now, right? The 3 teams that are really circling the championships right now, you got Motor City Machine Guns, you got the Street Profits, and you've got, what's the other team? DIY.
They're so irrelevant, you don't even fucking remember them.
Yeah, well, I just forgot their name there for a second. So you got DIY. Okay, so that's 3. Pretty Deadly. And I know they're pretty much an enhancement team at this point, but you got Pretty Deadly is 4. Waller and Theory, who have been breaking up all year, so I'm convinced they're just not breaking up at this point. That's 5. Anderson and Gallows, technically they're part of the SmackDown roster. So I know they were on NXT the last time we saw them, and now Anderson's hurt. So that's, what is that, 5 or 6. And there's 2.
Did you mention the Bloodline?
No, I didn't. So you have Tama Tonga and Tongaloa, and I think there's 1 more. And that's on SmackDown only.
Los Garzas?
Los Garzas.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and Legado del Fantasma is Los Garza.
Yeah.
So that's about 7 or 8 teams. When you look at Raw, you've got the Judgment Day. You've got the War Raiders. You've got Alpha Academy. You've got LWO. You've got American Made. And again, I think there's 1 or 2 other teams.
New Day.
New Day.
For now.
Is that not enough?
Final Testament. I'm looking
Final
now.
Testament, the Wyatt 6.
Yep.
So is it really a depth issue? How many more teams do you want on the show?
Well, I think if it goes into that direction, I think you are correct that it does end up being a creative issue for sure. None of those teams outside maybe 1 or 2 on Monday night really stand out as like I want to see must-see teams. Everybody else is like just kind of throwing on the show just for the sake of getting a TV segment on TV.
But that's my point, though. Like, is the issue more with Levesque and the creative team not giving you a reason to give a shit about the teams they have, as opposed to them not having enough teams on the individual shows?
I would say that I would say that you're correct.
Yeah. So I think even we have been looking at this issue maybe, a little unfairly as far as the depth, quote unquote issue. And it really has more to do with the fact that they have not done a great job of making tag team wrestling a priority and giving you a reason to care about the teams that they have. It's not so much, we need more teams. Yeah, you could always call up someone new from NXT. You mentioned Fraxium last week. Mm-hmm. You've got Gallus. I mean, they have options as far as calling up a new team. But I think if you are someone who feels like we do, that tag team wrestling in WWE on the individual brands has not been great, then a lot of that you can point the finger at Triple H. And I just think he hasn't done a great job. Now, I think he's doing a better job on SmackDown the last few weeks. I like the anger, and the drama that's being built around those tag titles. But he's got to do a better job, especially on Raw. I mean, he's just got to do a better job. It's just dead right now. Yeah,
I don't know why it's taking such a backseat on Monday night. Obviously, they got the women's division that they're focusing on both shows. Last night, they introduced the women's Intercontinental Championship, and I will ask you first because it feels like more of a depth issue on SmackDown when it comes to the United States Championship. You could also lump the creative aspect in that as well, because a lot of those women aren't really or haven't been given substantial TV time or a reason to feel important or an opportunity to feel important. So
you mean Blair Davenport, who before this week hadn't been on TV since August.
I mean, she's got new ring gear, though. I mean, she was all about the new ring gear on social media.
New ring gear? I don't remember the ring gear she was wearing 3 months ago. I had no idea. I just thought it was gear.
I don't listen, man. It's definitely a creative issue. For everything, it always comes back to creative. But the depth issue is more prominent on SmackDown than it is on Monday Night Raw. I actually went over some of the names on Monday night last night on my stream, where the Intercontinental Championship is going to be, a very sought after championship, and that there are bodies on the show that could fill that secondary title. SmackDown, I'm not really all that confident. And then you run into the star issue and the creative issue. A lot of these women haven't really been given an opportunity to really prove themselves and be made into a star. So they're still working at that, and the title's not really going to really change that at all. But the thing is, how do you feel about the Intercontinental Championship now? Do you feel like it's a depth issue on one show compared to the other? And how do you feel the Tag Team Championship is going to factor into this? Because I do feel, we all talk about the discussion. AEW's got so many titles. Now we're going to start talking about WWE having way too many titles. I do think at some point it is overdone. Did we really need a secondary championship so soon after we just announced the United States title?
No, but I think this was pretty much preordained. I mean, the minute that we saw the U.S. title introduced on SmackDown and you saw who was in the tournament and they had no Raw talents, you knew the Intercontinental title was coming. It was only a matter of when. It was not a matter of if.
Well, and we talked about that last week too with the Dakota Kai and Lyra Valkyria promos from last week. I'm like, what are they trying to tell us without actually telling us?
Well, and those are two of the favorites, I think, to win that championship when they decide the winner. They went to it quicker than I thought they would. I thought they would at least let the U.S. title be established first, and then they can introduce an Intercontinental title, and they just went right into it. So that I wouldn't have done. And yeah, you know what? For the AEW fans who want to turn around, for the sickos who want to turn around and say, oh, well, you criticize the fact that AEW has so many titles, and you have to say the same thing about WWE. Yeah, you can say the same thing. Now, it's a little bit different because in AEW, there's so many championships that aren't necessarily, even AEW titles that are featured on AEW television. Ring of Honor, CMLL.
What's that?
New Japan. What's that? Exactly. So you've got titles from multiple promotions where it feels like everybody is a champion. That's the one big difference. But that's a fair criticism. Now you're going to have women's Intercontinental, women's US, and women's tag team titles. If you wanted to sunset the women's tag team titles, now feels like a good time to do it because you just lost one half of your tag team champions. We don't know what they're going to do. The titles are probably going to have to be vacated. So as of this moment, we don't have women's tag team champions. Bianca Belair is the women's tag team champions. I would even be in favor of moving those titles back to NXT. Now, before they merge them, NXT had their own women's tag team titles. That might be the way to go. Because I feel like the focus now is going to be on these, establishing these mid-card titles. To me, that makes the women's tag belts even more inferior and kind of useless than they are now. It just feels like they've been more of a vehicle for Bianca and Jade to sort of forward their pairing and their story than anything else. So I'd be in favor of that. I don't think they're going to do that. But if you want to levy that criticism and say, hey, well, if you're going to criticize one, you got to criticize the other. You know what? I think that's a fair critique.
It is a fair critique, and I hope that you are correct because I said the same thing on my Raw review last night. I hope that they just do away with the Women's Tag Team Championships because I feel like they really haven't done much of anything, and everybody that is in that division, I would rather see as a singles performer anyway. You look at like Alba Fire and Isla Dawn; they were both singles performers on NXT UK. I would like to see them get involved with this new IC title, and the EO and Kyrie. I mean, that's self-explanatory. I mean, I don't want to see them in a tag team. They're both singles wrestlers, and EO's on a great run right now, and everybody wants to see her kind of have this breakout moment going into WarGames. I hope that's the case. And the tag team championships right now, like you said, we're a vehicle for Jade and Bianca, and that was probably going to lead to a WrestleMania match at some point and a split along the way. Just do away with them. Putting them down on NXT, I just feel like that would just be beating a dead horse. They got rid of the titles only to bring them back down there. I don't necessarily agree with that, but as far as that division, I mean, they got more woman power down there to really carry a mid-card title and a tag team title, not two mid-card titles and tag team titles and a women's championship on top of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, but my point was the timing is perfect to just sort of put them on the back burner.
Yeah.
Even if you're undecided about what you want to do, you might want to bring them back. That's cool. But you just lost one half of your women's tag team champions. Instead of going into a tournament, instead of going into some kind of a battle royal, whatever it is, to decide new champions, just put them on the back burner for now. And keep your focus on these titles. All those women who have been doing tag team stuff, Zoe Stark and Shayna Baszler, and you mentioned Alba and Isla, Piper Niven and Chelsea Green, right? They're in the mix now for these titles. This is where the focus needs to be. You're trying to establish these 2 new championships. And so many of these women's teams are just cobbled together anyway from single stars. So, I mean, you hit the nail on the head 100%. Just sort of put them on the back burner for now, even if it's just indefinitely until you figure out whether or not you want to bring them back, and keep your focus on these titles, because those titles, to me, they're going to be useless here. All these women that we're talking about are going to want to go after the Intercontinental or the U.S. titles. That's where your focus should be.
I hope that is the case for sure. We mentioned Jade and Bianca going back and shifting gears back over to SmackDown here. We are looking at Jade now out of action. Meltzer says it's reportedly, he was told it's going to be 3 months. Nothing else was said on this, so we're not even going to speculate. But he mentioned 3 months, and then Alvarez said that they listed about 95 different things that they diagnosed her with in the storyline.
Did you see the update?
Yeah, yes, I did. He goes on to say the only thing that's really believable there is a possible torn meniscus. I would not be surprised if that was the real injury, and that is a minimum of 3 months if that is the case. And depending on the severity, it could be longer. It could be more than 3 months. I don't know why they would keep this a big secret, he said. I
went back to watch the last match that Jade was in, which was against Damage Control. And it did look like she may have been kind of nursing her knee a little bit. I mean, at the end of all of it, she was standing up and moving around okay and posing. But if you go back and watch that match down the stretch, it did look like it might have been a knee issue. So again, they haven't told us, and that's just me going back, trying to fish around and see if anything looked out of the ordinary, because that's the last time she was in the ring.
Yeah.
So yeah, it might be a knee issue.
I mean, you step into we all know this. You step into the ring, anything can happen. You could fucking get through the ropes and then not even start the match yet, and you're injured. So it doesn't take a lot. But she's out, and they did work a storyline angle where she was laid out. The visual was great, laid out on the front end of a car through the windshield. It looked like a fucking crime scene, like one of them chalk outlines. It looked like that. She was laid out on the top of the car. Glass was broken. And then obviously everybody noticed her there. And the speculation now is who did it. And people are throwing around names like Bayley and Bianca and Naomi. Got into it on social media. She's been polling fans and asking fans about what they think. And she can't believe people would actually throw her under the bus that way. I mentioned, Jason, on my SmackDown review on Friday that I could see Bianca doing it as a way to just kind of pick things up when Jade gets back, and then they start that feud when Jade gets back from this injury. But I also could see them doing Bayley's heel turn again, because I do think that Bayley was a much better heel than she was a babyface. And the babyface stuff with Bayley has kind of grown stale. And I do think that she really transcended her character to the next level while she was a heel. And I think the crowd really enjoyed kind of playing along with her. And I do think that she did her best work then. And then obviously we have Naomi, which we talked about last week, and the fans actually do believe as well. Naomi has been the same through most of her career. Not that that's a bad thing, but at some point, you start looking at yourself and be like, maybe I need a fresh coat of paint. Maybe I need a different change on this or a change on that. Could we see Naomi be the one to take out Jade Cargill and her go heel and then win the Intercontinental, or not the United States Championship? Because I think we predicted last week that Naomi and Bayley might be one of the finals potentially for that United States Championship. That would be a great start to turn heel there on Bayley. What do you think about all this, and who do you think potentially could be the number one culprit here for Jade Cargill?
Well, when they first announced the bracket, I said that my prediction was the final would be Bayley and Naomi. I know some people thought, well, Bianca and Jade are in there, but I didn't see them doing that match. So I'm still expecting Bayley and Naomi. I mean, my opinion hasn't changed on that. And I think it's Bayley or Naomi. I mean, take your pick. It could go either way. Bayley is now in WarGames. So when you really look at it, storyline-wise, her going heel might be a little more obvious than Naomi. But who stood to benefit the most from Jade going down? It was Bayley. She was the odd person out. She was on the outside looking in. Just her demeanor and everything the last few weeks, it's almost like she was jealous, that she wasn't part of what was going on, like she felt left out. Well, it just so happens that a spot opened up in WarGames, and guess who's going to take that spot now? It's going to be Bayley. And also, it eliminates some of her competition in the U.S. title tournament, but you could say the same thing for Naomi. I've gone back and forth on this. My thought at the beginning was that we get Bayley and Naomi goes heel. It could very well still happen that way, but I just feel like Bayley is the culprit here. But take your pick. It's not Bianca. I mean, I'm surprised that you would even consider Bianca because, well, what sense would it make for her to intentionally sabotage her chances of winning and becoming the first U.S. champion? She basically took herself out of the match on Friday and lost. So, I don't know. To me, that just wouldn't make any sense if it ends up being her. I think it's Bayley or Naomi. I'm going to stick with Bayley. But if you say Naomi, it's hard for me to disagree. It's got to be one or the other.
I'm gonna go Bayley. I think Bayley. Yeah. I just can't see Naomi as a heel. It's one of those things. It's like you just look at a performer. You could see it. She probably got it within her. I'm not gonna doubt her ability to do the character change, but there's just something about her that I just feel like resonates with the fans. And she is someone who really hasn't had a great run this year. She's had some spot matches, some spot great matches here and there, but she hasn't really, found her place yet since coming back and winning the TNA Women's Championship and then joining WWE again in January. She hasn't had that one moment. But I do think Bayley probably makes the most sense here. Going back to what you said about Bianca, I've been calling for Bianca to go heel for months, years. I just feel like the babyface shtick that Bianca does is fine. I don't see WWE doing it because she's just great PR for the company. She does all this for the company, and so many young girls look up to her. I just can't see them doing that, but it's like the John Cena thing. We want to see it, and it's not going to happen with somebody like Bianca Belair, but I feel like if Bianca wanted to go heel and they wanted to tell that story, I mean, all you got to do is look at the Jade Cargill situation. Just take some of the real-life fan criticism. Everybody thinks Bianca kind of lowered herself to carry Jade in this tag team, and it's actually taken away from Bianca's star power. Bianca could realize that and say, I've been carrying your ass for the last fucking 6 to 12 months. We won the tag team championships, but I'm sick and tired of this shit. Just play some real-life storyline into that and just build from that. I do feel like there's some groundwork for that to happen and some frustration to grow out of that, and the reason why she attacked her would be that reason. I mean, it's a long shot. I don't see that being the case. I'm going to stick with Bayley, but if they wanted to tell a story, there is a story there, I think.
Also, we haven't talked about the possibility that maybe Jade slipped and fell.
Well, what? Slipped off what?
I don't know, but it looked like she fell off something, right? She landed on the car. Wouldn't it be something if she fucking tripped and she fell?
I don't know, man.
Who did it. No, like I floated this idea last night. I'm totally in favor of this, and you could chime in and let me know if you agree. We don't know how long Jade is going to be out for, and even if she does make it back before WrestleMania, there may not be enough time for them to build up, let's say, a match between her and Bianca, if that was going to be the direction. We saw a little tease of it last night, and I want to see this, because this is absolutely a WrestleMania match. But if they think Jade's not going to be back in time, I am all in favor. I'm casting my vote right now for WrestleMania next year, Bianca Belair against Rhea Ripley. Because to me, that right there screams WrestleMania match. You could have Bianca win the Royal Rumble, because again, she's technically on a different brand, but that would solve that problem. She wins the Rumble, Chamber, whatever it is, and they build to a Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair World Heavyweight Championship match, assuming, Rhea gets the belt back before then from Liv. I'm all about that match, assuming that Jade may not be back in time for Mania.
I did call that same thing out on my end. I'm like, keep your eyes on the interaction between Rhea and Bianca. I had called that and predicted that months ago. I just felt like ever since they were both featured in the WWE 2K24, I don't know if it was 24 or 23. There was one where I think Rhea was on the cover, and they had both Bianca and Rhea as the cover stars, and there was a promo
with Cody. Yeah, I think all three of them.
Yeah, there was just something. They filmed something to go along with some advertisement for the game, and then there was this thing between them. I'm like, I think there may be some foreshadowing there. So I could absolutely see that. And then on the SmackDown side, you would have Charlotte win the Women's Chamber, and then she challenges Tiffany Stratton. I think that's too incredibly strong women's matches for WrestleMania this year.
Yeah, that's why I said. I mean, I'm all in favor of that. And frankly, I mean, Bianca and Rhea would be a better match anyway.
Yeah.
So I hope that's the direction they go in. And like you said, and this maybe gets into the Survivor Series prediction stuff, but I still feel like the destination for WrestleMania is going to be Tiffany and Charlotte. And you got 2 big women's matches right there, for Vegas.
I like it. I think that was definitely some foreshadowing. Triple H is a master of foreshadowing. He loves teasing the fans, so that was done for a reason. But sticking with the SmackDown stuff, quickly, before we get into what we want to talk about with CM Punk and Roman Reigns, I know we talked about the Intercontinental Championship. Any solid pick on your end to be the first women's Intercontinental Champion? And I did say, I think Adam Pearce said next week it starts. That would be a great time to do it after Survivor Series, after the Fallout show. I do think that the winner will be crowned on that first Netflix show. That's what I said last night. Where do you see this ending, and who do you see winning the Intercontinental title?
It feels like it would be a little too quick if they're first starting next week to have the winner on the same night that the U.S. title is being determined, which I think is Saturday night's main event. So that first Raw on Netflix, I think, makes sense. They're going to be loading that show up. I mentioned 2 names before, Lyra Valkyria and Dakota Kai. I've been going back and forth between one of them to win. Because, I've said with the U.S. title that I feel like you want to have, certainly in the finals, if not the first champion, you want to have somebody that kind of has a big name. And Bayley has a bigger name than Naomi does in WWE, but they're still, 2 veteran names. And I feel like if you were going to put the championship on someone who's going to be the first, it should be someone like that and not Elektra Lopez or Piper Niven, right? Because you want to establish this title, and then you can have people like Chelsea Green or Piper Niven beat somebody like Bayley or Naomi to win the belt. If you're doing that on the SmackDown side, I don't think you have to do it on the Raw side. I think it's okay if you want to go with somebody who's a little less established. So I go back and forth between Dakota Kai and Lyra Valkyria. If I had to make a choice, I go Lyra as the first champion. I think that's a realistic pick.
If Io wasn't crowned the number 1 contender for the Women's Championship, which I hope they did not forget because she did win that Battle Royal.
Yeah, what happened to that?
We haven't heard a mention of that at all. No. I would go with Io, but I'm going to stick with what you mentioned. I'm going to go Lyra winning the title. Yeah.
I mean, that just seems to be the way that I think it's going to play out. Because, I mean, I jotted down some of the names of the other people on the roster just to take a look at it. And nobody else jumps out at me. I mean, you have Natalya, you have Zelina Vega, you have Maxine Dupree, Ivy Nile, so on and so forth. I don't see it being any of them. I don't know what Asuka's status is. I mean, I guess we'll find out, if she's ready to come back. If they throw her in the tournament, maybe Asuka could be, a pick. Because last I heard she was, I don't know if she was necessarily near being cleared or was in that time period where she was expected back. Assuming there's no surprise name like that in there, I keep coming back to Lyra or Dakota. And Dakota just because you have, that promo where she said, I will be a champion again. So that made me go, oh, okay. Maybe we're getting the Intercontinental title a little sooner than I thought. You got Nikki Cross, but I mean, Nikki Cross hasn't really done any singles matches, right? She hasn't really, no. I got to go with Lyra on this.
Asuka seems more prepped for a return for the Royal Rumble. I would love to see that if she won the IC title. I just don't think that she'll be there. And Alexa Bliss is training to come back, so I don't think they'll just randomly put her in the tournament and then say, here she is. I think that's also another Rumble surprise. So I think Lyra's probably the most logical choice out of everybody right now to win that title. Mm-hmm. We're going to stick with the SmackDown stuff. CM Punk, he showed up on Friday night. I was so happy, so pleased to see him back on television. The show definitely needed that jolt of momentum, and he is certainly the right guy to do that. He was brought back by Paul Heyman, who also returned, and Heyman said that this will not be a 4-on-5, it will be a 5-on-5, and CM Punk threw fists with the Bloodline, and then Roman and CM Punk had a nice little stare down at the end of the show, and Roman uttered something, I don't remember what he said, but CM Punk said, we'll see about that. He's my wise man, I think Roman said. We'll see about that. CM Punk looks over at Paul Heyman and Roman Reigns.
Yeah, Roman, he said, what are you doing here? And Punk said, I'm saving your ass. And, Roman looked over and said, he's my wise man. And Punk said, yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that.
So we called this last week. I did on my Monday Night Raw review last week as well, after kind of a process of elimination deal. I'm like, Rollins doesn't make any sense. Clearly, they're not going Cody and KO. So CM Punk is probably the most logical choice here. People were like, oh, no, it's still Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins is going to be the fifth man. Oh, it's Brock Lesnar. No, none of those names. CM Punk made the most sense. And even after Punk got announced, people were still saying, well, this doesn't make any sense. Why does this make sense to you, JD? Clearly, it makes sense. And from that one instance where we didn't get any words thrown on a microphone between Punk and Roman Reigns, this storyline could evolve into 4 or 5 different directions, which is clearly setting up for a CM Punk and Roman Reigns match in the summer of Punk 2025. Is what I predicted, with Paul Heyman being the centerpiece for that feud. Who's the wise man going to choose? Is he going to choose his OG, or is he going to choose his tribal chief? I think this works out great, Jason. I'm glad to see him back. I know a lot of us were like, well, he just competed inside Hell in a Cell. Could we see old man Phil go into a WarGames situation just after beating Drew McIntyre, one of the most violent Hell in a Cell matches that they've done in recent memory? I said, if you ask him, he's probably going to be like, fuck yeah, man, let's do it. And I'm glad that he's there because of the story that just kind of can be born from all of this. And going into Saturday, I am now more excited than I was with Seth Rollins or Cody Rhodes. It's like Punk just brings that level of intensity and realism to everything that he does. And knowing that Paul Heyman is back now, and we don't know what side he's going to be on, we don't know how he feels about Roman, man, the story to me just got greater.
Yeah, and look, I said this on my podcast. I was one of those people who said, look, WarGames should be 4-on-4 this year, because the issue is the bloodline against the bloodline. It's not the bloodline in Seth Rollins. It's not the bloodline in Brock Lesnar or CM Punk. Now you're introducing people that really don't have anything to do with the core story. And seeing how things played out on Friday, I'd be lying if I said that it didn't create an excitement for the match. Not that I wasn't interested in seeing it before, but an excitement that wasn't there. It amplified the excitement. And I can look at it now and say, you know what? I'm glad they did what they did. Yeah, now that it's 5-on-5, the way they introduced Punk, obviously that was a huge moment. It got a huge reaction. So I'm glad that they played it the way that they did. And to say that, Punk being part of this match, why would he do that? Why would he agree to be part of a WarGames match? It actually makes all the sense in the world. And all you got to do is go back to the summer. All you got to do is go back to June. And, Paul Heyman, every single week, he was like a hostage on these shows. He was so scared walking on eggshells around Solo and Jacob and the Tongans. And there was that one episode of SmackDown, where Punk was there and we had a little reunion with him and Heyman. And Heyman said, take me with you. He wanted Punk to take him back to Raw with him. He was so scared. And then what happened the next week, right? Paul Heyman got put through a table in Madison Square Garden. And so the history, the relationship between these two. Why didn't Punk do something back then after Paul Heyman got attacked? Because it wasn't his fight. And now it is, because I assume...
Well, plus he was injured. Still.
Well, yes, that's true. But, his mouth wasn't injured. He could have, come on TV and cut a promo on them if he wanted to. But obviously his story was with Drew. Yeah. So, that's why it didn't happen. But it makes all the sense in the world because of the affection that he has for Heyman, the history he has with Heyman. He said, I'm the OG Paul Heyman guy. He said that once, even though that's not true. But, he's one of the OG Heyman guys. But I look at it as Paul Heyman called in a favor from a friend. Right? You attacked his friend. Heyman needs his help. If the friend picks up the phone and calls you and asks for a favor, that's what you're seeing. You're seeing CM Punk do a favor for a friend. It's not like Roman Reigns is still the champion and there's some quid pro quo going on here where, he was promised something. Paul Heyman has nothing to give him. He has nothing to promise him. This is a favor to a friend. And for me, that's good enough. That's really all the explanation that you need. And maybe they'll, talk about that more on TV this week. There's going to be a face-to-face on Friday between Roman and Punk. I don't know if that's something that's going to be in the ring. I didn't, read the spoilers. It could be a backstage thing. But to me, that's all the explanation you need. So it does make sense. It makes more sense than most in that spot. So I'm cool with it. The way they played it out, I thought was great. Obviously, they were talking last night about something like 72 million social media impressions. It was all over the place. So it got over, in the way that they were hoping it would. That's only going to generate more interest going into the show. So I thought it was an A1 angle.
Did you see the .com exclusive footage after SmackDown went off the air? CM Punk walked off down the aisle with each other. With Paul Heyman, CM Punk walked with each other, and Roman Reigns was in the background, and Paul Heyman did not leave with Roman Reigns. The rest of the bloodline, being jovial, and Jay's doing Jay's thing, and Jimmy's doing Jimmy's thing, and Sammy's got the one in the air, and he's looking around. Roman looked like dumbfounded, like he didn't know what was going on. He wasn't clued in. Nobody told him what the plan was. He just looked like a lost soul out there. Did you see that clip? Did you make anything of it? Because people are now starting the discussion, the speculation on social media. It even goes to what Solo and Paul Heyman were wearing. They both had the black suit jacket with the red shirt and the red scarf coming out, or the red handkerchief coming out of the suit jacket. Everybody thinks that Paul Heyman's going to turn on Roman Reigns. I don't really see that happening. I think they will talk before one turns on the other, or if there's any shenanigans. But what did you make of those two different situations there?
You can't rule it out completely, because it's not like Paul Heyman hasn't betrayed someone at Survivor Series before. So that's number one. Number two, I thought Jimmy made a very curious comment on Raw last night. They had that one backstage segment where it was Sammy and Jimmy and Jay, and Sammy was saying, "Yeah, I was very surprised, that Punk was there, and I don't know, we're not even sure if we can trust this guy." And then Jimmy said, "Oh, of course we could trust him, because Paul Heyman trusts him. And if Paul Heyman says we could trust him, then that's all we need." And I said, "Oh, okay. I don't know that I would necessarily be banking on trusting Paul Heyman." That kind of made me raise my eyebrow a little bit, that maybe they're being a little too trusting of Paul Heyman, considering he's been missing for months and we don't know what's going through his mind. Again, he was laid up for all those months. I assume Roman Reigns never bothered to check on him. So I could absolutely see Heyman, betraying them in some way. It's at least practical. Like it's definitely a possibility. I didn't see the footage that you mentioned. I heard about it. I think that what makes this angle so great also, it just plants little breadcrumbs for what will come later on. There's so many other stories and directions that could, kind of spring from this beyond just WarGames. You mentioned Punk and Roman. It's one of the biggest matches they could do, outside of, Rock and Roman, is CM Punk and Roman Reigns. And Paul Heyman caught in the middle. Who will he have his allegiance to in that case? So I think you have that big match that you've now teased for down the road. SummerSlam feels like a long ways away, but I mean, it kind of makes sense. I don't think it's going to happen at WrestleMania. So I just love it. I love that there's so many different options here for how this could go, even with Heyman and where he ends up. So, but him turning, I wouldn't dismiss it. I wouldn't be too dismissive of that idea.
I'm looking forward to it all. I think his inclusion in Survivor Series is going to be what really carries the show on Saturday night.
Also, I mean, doesn't it just feel wrong for Heyman to be a babyface for too long? He's never really had a babyface run in his career. I mean, now he's super over because he just came back. Do you really see Paul Heyman staying a babyface, though, for very long?
No, it is kind of bizarre.
Yeah, it's just weird because he's always been just the slimy heel. So
well, if that means we get Punk being a heel, then I'm going to go in favor of that decision. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if it does. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, Roman's not going heel again. Who wants to see that?
No, but what if Heyman was in cahoots with The Rock? Maybe he's The Rock's wife.
It's a possibility,
You get a Rock cameo at Survivor Series. That's what I mean. There's so many different players involved here. Heyman all by himself could go this way or that way. And then you got Punk in there. What about Rollins? We didn't see Rollins on Raw last night.
Which I was surprised by, actually. No Rollins at all.
Yeah, nothing. No interview, no appearance, no nothing. And so we don't know. You have to assume he's upset because even though he said no, he didn't want the spot. Remember the reason why Rollins said he didn't want the spot, right? Because he just couldn't bring himself to help Roman Reigns regain power of any kind. But CM Punk has no issue with that because CM Punk doesn't give a fuck about the greater good. He's just doing a favor to a friend. So I could see Rollins being very resentful of that. But is he going to show up at Survivor Series and go after Bronson Reed? I mean, we don't know. We don't know. And that's what makes it so great.
Well, Reigns is expected to make more appearances on Raw after Survivor, or actually going into Netflix. But they did say, at this point, they did say that the brand split is going to be laxed. This is coming from WrestleVotes on their Backstage Pass Patreon.
Like it hasn't been for the last 2 months.
I know, but we haven't seen Reigns really on Raw. I mean, when we get to Netflix, he's going to be on Raw.
Yeah, not Reigns, but almost everybody else has pretty much freely been going back and forth. Nia Jax was in the main event last night on Raw. I mean,
all the more reason to get rid of the women's tag team titles and get rid of one set of men's tag team titles.
I just realized though, like Bianca and Nia were in the main event, and they're both SmackDown talents.
I did not. I would complain about that. I didn't even mention that last night.
Yeah, both SmackDown talents. And
but it's Survivor Series, man. It doesn't matter. Okay.
Well, I mean, it doesn't bother me anymore. Like I don't even mention it anymore. Some people still get bent out of shape about it. It's just, whatever. But I just realized he had 2 SmackDown talents main eventing Raw last night.
Well, it all regards Monday Night Raw. Obviously, it's all man and woman on deck type of situation. So Joey Votes from WrestleVotes said that we are told the plan as of right now is we'll see Roman Reigns featured on Monday Night Raw and Netflix. More so than SmackDown for at least the beginning part of the calendar year. We don't have confirmation on any official roster moves. However, there are plans for WWE's biggest Raw to be a part on Netflix, obviously. Much past episode 1, it's going to be a big deal. Okay, a source added that Netflix knows exactly what Roman Reigns brings to the table as far as viewership and credibility, and they are all for it, clearly. So Roman Reigns will be a key part of Monday Night Raw past episode number 1 on Netflix throughout the Royal Rumble. And obviously all through WrestleMania season. I mean, that goes without saying. They also want CM Punk on every show, and they want Cody Rhodes. So it's not like you can leave SmackDown with fucking breadcrumbs. But
now, are you sure you got that news from WrestleVotes or was it WrestleVotes?
No, this is WrestleVotes. Yes.
Okay, this is the real deal.
Yeah.
This is not from Meltzer's store. Okay, good.
I seen WrestleVotes tweet out something earlier this week. I don't remember what it was, but
just making sure. I don't want you to fall down the Dave, trap that he fell into.
No. I hope I never succumb to those types of trolls online, but you never know, man. Everybody's looking for their 5 seconds of fame.
One day, maybe one day, Backlash will be at the Tokyo Dome, but it will not be next year.
No. This is expected. You guys should know that everybody's going to be on that Monday Night Raw show, including Dwayne. So it's not really a surprise to see such big names on that first episode. And the brand split will indeed be more lax going into WrestleMania season. So we'll see how that all plays out. But Survivor Series is Saturday. And we're going to run through these predictions very quickly. They did add 2 more matches to the show last night, which I was happy to see. One of them I don't really give a shit about, but I'm just glad that they rounded the card out. Still waiting on that 4-on-4 Survivor Series traditional elimination match with the Final Testament and the Wyatt Six. I don't think that's coming. But we have last night announced, Jason, we have LA Knight defending the United States Championship against Shinsuke Nakamura, who's got this new look, this darker image. He's got these blood stained, dried blood stained across his eyes. It's like he looks like the fucking Walking Dead out there. I like the look. I like that Nakamura's back on television, but there really is no story to this whatsoever. All we know is that he's been attacking LA Knight for whatever reason the last couple of weeks, and we're getting a United States Championship match out of it. Nakamura hasn't wrestled one fucking match since he's been back. So exactly what did he do to earn this title shot? So my question is, did we finally see Nakamura win the big one, or does he get brought back again to ultimately lose to somebody else that WWE has a lot more favor in?
What did he do to deserve the title shot? Why is Kevin Owens getting a WWE
That's
championship
my other problem. I don't know.
On Long Island. I mean, come on. I mean, you could ask the question there too. I don't see LA Knight losing the championship to this guy. To me, this is so reminiscent of the Cody program that Nakamura had, where we saw these kind of creepy videos, with the captions. Even some of the dialogue, I feel like, that was in that video that aired before LA Knight's match last week. I felt like I was watching the Cody thing all over again. And for all the matches they had, did Nakamura beat Cody once?
No.
I don't think so. No. So I feel like this is basically going to play out the exact same way. So, I mean, it gives something for LA Knight to do. I'm glad the U.S. title is being defended. I'm glad the Intercontinental title is being defended. This will be the first time since SummerSlam that the IC title is on the line on a PLE. So I'm happy about that, but to me, it's LA Knight all the way.
LA Knight all the way. No reason to have him lose the championship, and I foresee him taking that title into WrestleMania. So he will walk out victorious at Survivor Series. The Intercontinental title, like Jason said, is on the line. And this has been brewing for the last few weeks. Braun Breaker, champion, defending against Sheamus and Ludwig Kaiser in a triple threat match, which was announced on Monday Night Raw last night after Braun Breaker and Ludwig Kaiser went to a DQ finish because of Sheamus. I mentioned this last night, Jason. This is an interesting situation because I can't see Braun Breaker losing the championship right now. I think that would be silly after he just won it back from Jey Uso not too long ago. Sheamus obviously is chasing the Intercontinental Championship, and that's the only title he hasn't won yet. But we have Sheamus and Breaker in a program right now, and I think both of us have once upon a time stated that we would think Sheamus and Braun Breaker is a likely WrestleMania match, will be a great WrestleMania match. Give Sheamus the big one at WrestleMania. That would be his biggest WrestleMania moment ever. And I felt like that was a solid direction that we could be going in. But now they're doing this program at Survivor Series. Can they stretch Sheamus and Braun Breaker through Survivor Series all the way into WrestleMania? Or do we go in a different direction? Because the way that I see it playing out is Kaiser's obviously in this thing just to get an extra body in there, get him some equity. Sheamus is not going to win the championship now, but what if Sheamus wins the title before WrestleMania, going on into Rumble season? Breaker gets moved up the ladder because, WWE wants to move him up for 2025. Maybe he goes after a world championship in 2025. Sheamus walks into WrestleMania as the Intercontinental Champion, and we get Bronson Reed winning the Intercontinental title from Sheamus at WrestleMania and give him that WrestleMania moment. Meanwhile, Sheamus would have already won the title. He hasn't won yet, so it wouldn't necessarily be a WrestleMania moment. We get Bronson Reed as a champion because I can't see him on Monday Night Raw not winning a major singles title. So I think that could be a likely direction. And then Braun Breaker, we talked about Goldberg wanting a retirement match. I think we both said that Breaker and Goldberg could be a match at WrestleMania. Which direction you see this going in? Because that's the way I see it playing out if they want to take the belt off Breaker right now.
It was curious to me that they're doing this now, because I too was hoping that Sheamus would get that big moment in WrestleMania. And I think Sheamus and Breaker, in a WrestleMania match would have been, badass. I mean, they had the match on TV, but that's not, they're not having their WrestleMania match on TV. So the fact they're doing this now, I still, when I was talking about this the other day, I said, well, Breaker's going to retain the title. And I'll stick with that. But when I think about this, how would I play it out? How do I think it might play out? I just come back to the Goldberg thing. And Goldberg announced that he's going to have his retirement match next year. He didn't say when. But you would have to think that they might want to do that on one of the nights of WrestleMania. That could be like a WrestleMania attraction. If that's the case, I do think Braun Breaker is the right opponent. I think that, Goldberg should lose to Braun Breaker if that's the case. And that likely would happen at WrestleMania. It does have me wondering if maybe they have bumped this up because of that. Maybe we were going to get, Braun Breaker and Sheamus at WrestleMania, but plans changed and they made the deal with Goldberg. And maybe the WrestleMania match is Goldberg and Braun Breaker. So let's get the title on Sheamus now. And then he goes off and defends it and does his thing. And Breaker goes off and retires Goldberg. I think there's a pretty good chance of that, being the case. Either way, I don't think Ludwig Kaiser ends up with the championship. So now I'm a little torn now. I kind of don't want to change, since I had already said the other day that I think Breaker's going to retain. But I do wonder if maybe plans changed because of the Goldberg thing. Your idea of putting the title on Bronson Reed at WrestleMania, I love the idea. Because Bronson Reed's been doing the best work of his career the last few months. And I love the fact that he's in a prime spot in the main event on Saturday. Let's not lose sight of the fact that he is in the main event of Survivor Series, which is a well-deserved spot for him to be in. And he should win gold. He was a North American champion in NXT, and I think he should wear gold on the main roster as well. So I would love it. You have Sheamus and Bronson go off and do their thing, and Breaker could do his thing. So yeah, I'm game for that idea.
I think Braun Breaker does walk out. I think maybe if we do think about taking the title off of Braun Breaker, Saturday night's main event, potentially Monday Night Raw, sometime on Netflix, maybe at the Royal Rumble, who knows. WrestleMania isn't until the end of April, so that would give Sheamus a nice amount of time to get some solid, title defenses in there, and then we get Bronson Reed to move on in there and take that belt off of him. I like it. I'm going with Braun Breaker. And that's a match I am very much looking forward to because, like Sheamus always says, it legitimately is not even a catchphrase anymore. It's a banger after banger. I mean, the guy is as consistent as anybody we've seen in recent memory. He's like Adam Page. You know, a lot of people shit on Adam Page for whatever reason. Adam Page is one of the most consistent performers in the entire business from what we see on a weekly basis. Same thing with Sheamus. And Sheamus right now is, like you said with, I forgot who you said it. I think Kofi Kingston, you said it. He's more towards the end of his career than he is the beginning. So is Sheamus. And he's in great shape. And he's still wrestling bangers. So I love what he brings to the table, and I'm very excited when he's on TV.
Yeah, and Sheamus has been around almost as long as Kofi. I mean, Sheamus made his debut on TV 2009, 2010, sometime around then. And Kofi was not long before that, a few years before. So, yeah, they've been around forever. They've had a whole bunch of matches together. And he's closer to the end than he is the beginning. You know, he's in his mid-40s. He's got the spinal stenosis. He missed some time with an injury, not that long ago. I think he re-signed a new deal, like maybe a 5-year deal. So it's not like he's imminently, hanging up the tights or anything, but he is closer to the end than the beginning. And I think the big story that's left for him is winning that championship that he never won, that he has talked about how, growing up as a kid, all the greats that held that title. And it's the one that's eluded him and he hasn't been able to hold. I think that's the last great story for him. Because he's accomplished almost everything else there is to accomplish. He's been a world champion. He's won King of the Ring, Royal Rumble, wrestled all the big names there are to wrestle. He's done it all, except become the Intercontinental Champion. I just wish that if they were going to put it on him this weekend, or Saturday night's main event, or whenever, that there would have been a more developed story. So that's the only thing. I feel like they haven't really told that story on TV. He's in a match this weekend, but have they really told the story in the most effective way about what that title means to him? No, we haven't even heard him really talk about it. So that's the one thing I don't like. And maybe for that reason, I wish they would hold off a little bit more. But look, if he wins the title this weekend, I think it'll be super great. It'll be a great moment. But there's a definite story there that they should take their time telling.
Remember when he came back with "Written in My Face" and everybody was like, "Too many limes," and I think he came back a little overweight. I don't want to poke fun at him, but people were like, "Too many fries." That was a meme on social media.
Well, he joked about it too. He even commented about it on social media, and he said like, "Okay, get it all out, because I'm going to lose the weight." And within like 2 weeks,
that was my point. I mean, he made everybody look like an idiot because he was right back to normal in 2 weeks.
Yeah. They were like, "Oh man, Sheamus got fat." I remember when Austin came back in 2000, and he was still recovering from the neck surgery, but they wanted him back for that Backlash match to like hit everybody with a chair. And I'll never forget, he came out, and I felt the same way too. I go, "Oh, he's okay. He hasn't been working out." And all the comments online, "Oh, fat Austin," it's fat Austin. And I'm like, okay, but when he's back, he's not going to look like that. And sure enough, when he came back, he looked like the Steve Austin of old. It's like, I want to see what these fucking people look like who are making these comments.
Please. Yeah. Yes, Big G. Instead of banger after banger, it was burger after burger.
Burger.
Yes. That was. He's right back to being normal Sheamus. Gunther, he will defend the World Heavyweight Championship against Damian Priest. This has been ongoing for the last couple of weeks. They did have a title match at SummerSlam where we saw Gunther win the title for the first time from Damian Priest, as Damian Priest was dealing with the tension of the Judgment Day, and Balor turned on him. That was the same night that Dominic Mysterio betrayed Rhea Ripley. So there was a lot going on there for Damian Priest and that World Championship match. Now the tides have changed, Jason. Now Gunther is the one who is lacking some self-confidence, and Damian Priest is uber confident that he can beat Gunther for the World Championship this time around. But the outcome is going to remain the same as it was at SummerSlam. Gunther will win. He will find his self-confidence back. The thing is, a lot of people are picking up on Balor kind of making these one-liners towards Damian Priest. He's talking to Dominic about how he's failed, and he let Damian Priest walk on into a championship match. Do we see coming out of this, Balor and Priest rekindle their program after Gunther retains the championship? How do you see this playing out?
Yeah, I do. And I just thought it was so bizarre that Priest got the win at Bad Blood, because at that point it's like, well, it's over. He beat him. And now he hasn't let it go, where every week he's talking about, I can't believe, that you failed me, Dom. You failed me. And now Priest is one step away from being the world champion again. And my assumption and my fear is that we're headed towards a very similar finish to the one we got at SummerSlam, which is the Judgment Day and Finn Balor getting involved in some way and costing Priest the match against Gunther, which is exactly what happened at SummerSlam. But I mean, the only other thing I could think of is that Priest has been ultra confident and Gunther has been anything but confident. And so maybe in this match, we see the old Gunther and he just gets a clean win over Damian Priest. But I don't know, the way Balor's been talking, do you honestly think the Judgment Day is not going to try getting involved in this match? I'd be very surprised if they don't at least try to do something. So I think they'll factor into the finish. I don't see any chance whatsoever of Damian Priest winning this championship back. I think we are headed for probably another match between Priest and Balor. And Gunther will get his mojo back this weekend, and he'll retain the World Heavyweight Championship, just like most people probably figure he will.
Where do you see the Judgment Day going? Because last night, Finn Balor was talking to Liv Morgan about Rhea Ripley and Raquel Rodriguez about their WarGames, because Bianca and Nia had the advantage match last night. He told her that she basically needed Nia to win this because Rhea is going to be a problem. And he was about to say something that wasn't going to be favorably looked at by the Judgment Day members as something positive. He looked like he was trending towards a very negative comment, and then JD McDonough stopped him and said, we're all one big happy family. And Balor went along with what JD McDonough said. Do you see Balor removing himself from the Judgment Day, or do you see Balor getting kicked out of the Judgment Day? Where do you see that playing out? Because his tension with the rest of them kind of seems like he wants to remove himself from the situation, because I think we all look at the Judgment Day as less than. Maybe he does the same way.
I mean, the Judgment Day, at some point you got to ask the question, is it even worth it for them to continue on with it? I mean, clearly this is not the Judgment Day of old, right? Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley were really the heart of the group. They were the cool factor, of the group. And they're not there anymore. So now it's like a less than version. It's like the NWO, and then you had the NWO Wolfpack, and then you had this other offshoot NWO, and we're on like the inferior version here of the Judgment Day. I think that either the entire group implodes. Once Liv loses her championship, I think Balor and JD will lose theirs. And when that happens, we may just see the complete implosion of the group altogether. If not, and they want to keep it going, then I think Balor may be the odd man out. Do you think that Dominic would take over and be the leader? Because he's been little brothering Dominic lately. He's been kind of needling him and kind of bashing him a little bit. Do you think that Dom may take over, kind of kick him out and take over as a leader of the group?
I could see that.
Yeah.
That might be a big spot for him. I don't know if he's ready for that, but
yeah, it'd be a huge spot for him. But if they want to keep the Judgment Day going, then, to me, that's one way to shake it up, and then Balor could end up back being a babyface again. So, yeah, I still, again, Balor and Priest, this issue is not over yet. And I just can't imagine he's not going to be involved in some way.
What about Gunther after this when he retains the championship? Where do you see him going? Do we get that Gunther and Punk match that he alluded to a couple of months ago? Actually, when did he say that? After the Drew McIntyre match at Bad Blood, he mentioned Gunther in the World Championship. Do we see that finally taking place?
I think Punk, because he made that comment, why would Punk not want to target him? I just don't know. I mean, if you do that match, like, what's the finish?
Well, Rollins is going to have to definitely be involved.
All right, but like just for the sake of being involved?
I don't know. Who knows what he's thinking? I don't know.
We already know Rollins doesn't like Punk. Like, that's been established. But there would have to be a reason for him to get involved in that match. Right now, they haven't established a reason why he would so actively want to go after Punk. I mean, again, he's probably not happy that Punk is helping Roman Reigns. Maybe that's the catalyst to kind of reigniting his hatred of this man. Punk would be the only logical choice. I'm not really sure who else would be next. You mentioned the possibility of them, if they get the IC title off Braun Breaker, maybe they could build to a Braun Breaker Gunther match at WrestleMania, but that's WrestleMania. So what do you do in the interim? What do you do at Saturday night's main event? What do you do on January 6th on that first Netflix show? What do you do at the Royal Rumble? If not Punk, I don't know. I don't know who that babyface would be. There's no other obvious person that stands out. They've already done Jey Uso. They've done Seth Rollins.
Do we do Goldberg?
Oh God,
I have to bring it up because
no,
no
for the World Heavyweight Championship.
Netflix, yeah.
I hope. I mean, if it's a television match, whatever. But I would think that for his retirement match, they're not just going to blow it off in the first 6 days of the year on TV. They're going to want to save that for a bigger event.
Yeah, then they'll give him Breaker at WrestleMania, and then goodbye.
But he's only signed on for one match, as far as we know. It's not a retirement tour. It's not John Cena. It's a retirement match.
Is that what they said? Is that what they said? Only one match for this guy?
I'm pretty sure that's what they said. Somebody chime in the chat and let me know, but the implication was that it was a retirement match. So
you mean good old Bill won't take some extra money for a second match?
He may not feel like he can do more than one match.
I don't want to see him do more than one match. I don't want to see him do any matches, really.
I don't want to see him do any matches either, but we don't really have a choice in the matter now, do we? I mean, he's talked about he's got a bad shoulder. And I don't know if he's having surgery to fix it before the match or if he's going to have his retirement match and then go get his shoulder fixed. So he may not even be at 100%. I don't see him doing a whole bunch of matches. So as far as I know, I think it's just one match. I hope it's only one match. And if that's the case, I don't see them blowing it off on the beginning of January.
No. Well, we'll keep it up.
I know they're going to want to build up that show as a big deal. I mean, they'll have plenty of big names on that show. They don't need a Goldberg match on that show. So, yeah, probably Punk. Probably Punk and Gunther. I don't know that there's another obvious choice right now for that spot. Drew McIntyre's still missing. He's kind of on his little sabbatical. I assume maybe he went back home to go visit family, and I don't know when he's going to be back. I would think he would be back even before that first Raw on Netflix. He'll probably be back after Survivor Series at some point. But last we saw him, he was a heel. McIntyre is a heel against Gunther. He lost to Punk, so that wouldn't make much sense, right? For him to get a title shot over Punk, so it's probably Punk.
We'll see. I don't know what they do with Gunther. He's running out of guys, but Punk and Braun Breaker actively are the only names right now that would make sense. He's going to retain the championship at Survivor Series. And then we got the two WarGames matches. Rhea Ripley, start with the ladies. Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair, Naomi, Io. And as we saw last night, really nothing is confirmed, but you guys can see where this is going. Bayley helped Bianca get the advantage for their team on Monday night against Nia Jax. Those five ladies against Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Nia Jax, Tiffany Stratton, and Candice LeRae. And that is more than likely going to open the show on Saturday at 6 p.m., guys, not 7, 6 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. Yes, there's an early start. I'll go first on this one because I have a theory. So first of all, I think the baby faces are going to go over. So I'm picking Team Rhea to get the win. But I'm going to go ahead and say that we are going to get our first ever Money in the Bank cash-in at WarGames. So we've never had one either during a WarGames match or after a WarGames match. I'm not sure which it would be, but I think we're going to get the Tiffany Stratton cash-in finally, which I've been waiting. I mean, how much longer are they going to drag this out for? I'm going to say we get it on Saturday. Now she'll have her pick of who to cash in on because she's partnered with both women's champions. So technically she could cash in on either champion. I'm going to say she cashes in on Nia. And I'm going to say that Candice LeRae and Tiffany Stratton are in cahoots. And Tiffany will cash in. She'll win the championship. And Candice will become her sidekick now instead of Nia's. And so the two of them will become a pairing going forward.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's the right match to do it, too. It's war. So everybody's going to be pretty much battled and just bloodied and beaten. So, yeah, sure.
And they love doing firsts, and it's something they've never done before. I mean, we've had Money in the Bank cash-ins. We have had two of them at WrestleMania, but never. We almost had one last year during WarGames. Remember, Rhea was about to hand Priest's contract in when Randy Orton came out.
Yep.
So we almost had one last year, but we still haven't had one. And I think the timing is right. I like the idea of Candice. I like that Candice is in the mix. And I think it's a good spot for her to be in when she's someone's, sidekick or minion or whatever. And we saw her and Tiffany Stratton. They were arguing. They were tag team partners on Friday. They couldn't get along. I'm going to say it's all a put on. And I'm going to say that she sides with Tiffany and she becomes Tiffany's sidekick.
I like it. I'm going to go with Rhea and her team winning as well. No shenanigans from Bayley. No heel turn from one of the baby faces on one of the other teammates?
No. I think they'll definitely play it up for drama, and maybe there'll be a miscommunication spot. Maybe something will happen. Oh, was that intentional or not? But I don't think it'll be overt. I think that if Bayley was going to go heel, I think they're going to hold off on that until the tournament final 2 weeks later.
I could see that. Io, what is she going to jump off the cage with? Is it going to be a trash can? Is it going to be a table? Is it going to be a chair? We've seen a little bit of everything the last couple of years. This is her 6th WarGames match, by the way. Every WarGames match that they've had in company history for the ladies, she's been a part of it.
Yeah. Maybe it'll be a barbed wire board. If it was AEW and Blood and Guts, it would be. She'd be coming off the top of the cage with that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, she's obviously going to hit that moonsault, but what she'll be holding this time fucking beats the hell out of me. But I'm more interested in just when are they going to do this match, with her and with Liv. Rhea now is back, probably sooner than most people thought she would be. I'm not sure if they only crowned Io number 1 contender because they thought Rhea was going to be out for a while, and then they found that, oh, okay, we have her back early. So it just feels to me like they'll probably just blow the match off. What do you think? Maybe Saturday night's main event, maybe?
Between Liv and Io? Yeah, I could see that. And I think the grounds for Rhea and Liv on Monday night, January 6th, is probably better than Saturday night's main event, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. And by then, maybe she won't have to wear the mask anymore.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that time-wise, that probably makes the most sense.
Ladies are going to have a great WarGames match. Even though the story is very lacking, I do think the match itself is going to make up for the lack of storytelling that we've gotten.
Well, you know what? I actually think that this would be more appropriate as a Survivor Series elimination match than a WarGames match, especially if we're not going to get one between the Wyatt Six and the Final Testament, which I thought for sure we were going to get the announcement last night. I mean, if ever there was a time just to do one, it would have been a way to get them on the show. Fuck, even if it was a pre-show match or something. So,
well, you'd have to think that the men's WarGames match is probably going to go about 45 minutes. The women's are probably going to go, 45 minutes. So that's, that's a big chunk of time there. Gunther, Damian Priest probably go 20. Breaker, Sheamus, Kaiser probably go 20. LA Knight, Shinsuke Nakamura may go 12, 13 minutes. I mean, there's plenty of time to get that match in if they wanted to do it. It's not because of a lack of time.
No, that's what I mean, though. I mean, they've completely done away with the elimination matches since they brought WarGames in. And I'm a fan of WarGames, and I think that it makes total sense to be kind of the annual Survivor Series tradition now. I'm not saying you need nothing but elimination matches up and down the card. I just wish, for old time's sake, but also because I feel like it just fits here. It's a way to get these guys on the show. There's enough of them. You can have teams of 4. You do an elimination style match, and they just didn't announce anything last night.
I don't know when that takes place then. At that point, I'm really not interested in seeing a big 8-man tag team match because they just did that with Alpha Academy or American Made, rather.
Yeah, they did. I assume it'll just be probably a Raw match in the next few weeks.
Yeah. Oh, well. We got the OG Bloodline and the Bloodline 2.0. The new Bloodline is what they're calling them. Roman Reigns, Usos, Sami Zayn, and Mr. CM Punk added on Friday night against Solo Sikoa, Jacob Fatu, Tama Tonga, Tangaloa, and Bronson Reed. That is the new Bloodline 5-on-5 now in the main event. Listen, I know we think Roman and his team are going to come out victorious, and it's going to lead to him getting the Ulafala back and all this stuff. How do you really see this playing out, Jason? Because I think if Roman wins, the Bloodline really needs something to keep them going because I don't see them really, kind of going away at all. I do think we need to keep the new Bloodline as strong as they are coming into this thing, even after defeat. So that's why I'm myself and predicting The Rock. I think we will see The Rock on Saturday night. I do think The Rock is going to be the puppet master pulling the strings behind the new Bloodline. I do think that will lead to the beginning stages of Rock and Roman at WrestleMania this year. And I just think that after the OG Bloodline wins, we're going to get some big revelation that Rock is definitely a part of all this.
Yeah, I'm going with Team Roman, the OGs to win. I just can't see Roman being pinned at Bad Blood by Solo Sikoa, and then he just goes in there and loses again in WarGames. So
was it Bad Blood or a Crown Jewel? Was it Crown Jewel, right?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Crown Jewel. Yeah. Now, Bad Blood was Roman and Cody.
Yeah.
So yeah, we just saw this month. We just saw Roman get pinned by Solo in that match. So I just don't see Solo's team winning again. The Rock thing, yeah. I mean, we saw The Rock at the end of Bad Blood. And so if he was going to be involved with Roman in some way at WrestleMania, it would make sense for him to be involved here, show up at the end. I'm going to say the OGs win. I'm going to say Jey Uso gets the winning fall for his team. What happens after that? Who knows? There's so many different ways it could go. I think your idea of Rock showing up and being revealed as the sort of the puppet master pulling the strings, absolutely could see that happening. I brought up the idea before. It might sound pie in the sky, but Paul Heyman, kind of turning against Roman and siding as Rock's new wise man. Not that Rock needs Heyman, but Heyman sort of switches sides. I just throw that out there. I'm not saying I think it's...
Well, what would that do for the CM Punk involvement? Wouldn't that just make it kind of useless?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say useless. I mean, it depends what comes out of it. If Punk feels betrayed by Heyman, where does that go? Now Punk and Roman all of a sudden have something in common. So there could be a story there. Punk and Rock, right? I mean, hey, it's not like we haven't seen that before. So it's probably unlikely, but just the fact that it's possible, because I don't fully trust Paul Heyman. I just don't. And I do think that there may be some subtle storytelling there with the fact that he came out dressed in all black with the red shirt, which is exactly how Solo Sikoa came out on TV many times. Is there some kind of subliminal message going on there? These things don't happen by accident. If there's one story on WWE television that you can guarantee they have paid very close attention to and given great care to, and Heyman has his fingers in all this creatively, it's the Bloodline story. These things happen for a reason. Everything that you see on TV, everything in these segments, every little, even a facial expression, it all means something. What it means in this case, I don't know, and I kind of like that. I kind of don't want to know. I want them to keep me guessing on this. But I'm going to stick with the OGs for the win.
I'm going with the OGs too. I mean, there's just a multitude of things that could come out of this. I don't know. My thing is, we got to get an answer and a resolution to what The Rock meant at Bad Blood when he came out and did the 3 and then the throat slash. What the fuck does that mean? Is that 3 strikes and you're out? What does that mean towards Roman? Who was that pointed to? I don't know. I mean, eventually we're going to get an answer to that.
No, not necessarily. I mean... There was one line of thought that maybe it was just him counting down to his music. Maybe it wasn't even so much a message to Roman necessarily or Cody, but it could have just been, and I don't remember if his music immediately started playing or not. I have to go back and watch it. But it could have been as simple as that. He did the throat slash, but it could have just been the countdown to them playing his music again. So I also think we have to be careful not to read too much into everything that happens. It's fun to do it. But, sometimes we may read a little too much into stuff like that. So I'm not ready to say that we are definitely going to get an answer as to what that meant.
I took it as 3 strikes and you're out type of deal.
It could be. But again, it could also just as easily be, 1, 2, 3 and, play my music.
We'll see. I think we see him on Saturday night. And I think we go off the air with him doing this something like he did at Bad Blood. So Survivor Series is this Saturday, guys. Jason and I will be live, as always, covering the show on our respective channels. It's going to be a big night. So make sure you guys set your clocks and set your notifications because it's going to be party time after Survivor Series is over. What do we got? We got the chat is saying X-Pac is showing up on NXT next week. Great.
Doing what?
I don't know.
Say what?
I don't know. Doing chat. What is X-Pac doing on NXT next week?
He's gonna smoke? I mean, what's he gonna do? I mean,
I don't know.
It'll leave us hanging here. That could be any number of things.
NXT is the breeding ground for just random nonsensical shit happening. I don't know. Ridiculous. We got a couple of other WWE news and notes here. Jason, there was a story that WWE talent was frustrated with WWE's new comp ticket policy. Now, Fightful is reporting that the limit on comp tickets has hit a new high in recent weeks. Several talent have expressed frustration that comps are no longer available in many cases. Instead, they're getting a pre-sale link that their friends and family can utilize to get tickets before general on sale. It's unclear whether all talent across the board have been given this treatment, but a number of talent have indicated that it affects them. A higher up in WWE stated that it was due to the success of WWE and that the company had even used fewer seat fillers than in previous years because the company is a hot ticket right now. When asking for comps, talent sends in a request, and if granted, talent is informed. A notification was sent via email to whoever got the tickets. A talent that they spoke with, Fightful, had issue with a change, as no written information or update was provided to the talent on this change. Instead, they were told by Talent Relations with 1 star stating they had comp tickets approved months before, only for them to be asked this week of the show to pay for the tickets. I didn't really know what to make of this outside of the fact that WWE pretty much has no tickets to give out on most nights, especially for their bigger shows. So I think the talent's just gonna have to get used to them being the hottest ticket in town. I didn't really know what else to make of this.
I mean, look, when there's money to be made, the company will make money. It's a fucking business, and right now they are a hot ticket, so it makes total sense. I've seen in the past, Paul Heyman has tweeted out photos that they will occasionally post at the arena. They'll post a sign that says "sold out, no comp tickets tonight." So it's not surprising, and yeah, I would be frustrated too. But at the same time, you can understand if you're the company, you want to sell those tickets out. You don't want to be giving them away.
No,
especially for what they charge for these tickets.
Yeah, I know. Survivor Series not even sold out yet, surprisingly.
Yeah, that's it, and it's in Canada, which is a hotbed for wrestling, so that is surprising. Although apparently for Royal Rumble, they're already at something like 45,000 tickets. Yeah, so we're not even close yet to the Rumble date, so that's pretty impressive.
Everybody loves the Rumble. Everybody loves it.
I was at the Rumble this year. I hadn't been to a live Rumble since the Garden in 2008, and in both cases, it's just fun. Everyone counts down and everyone looks and who's going to come out next. They're waiting for the big surprise. Unlike 2008, though, I will say, especially in the Women's Rumble this year, and I wasn't the only one in my section. So many people, the music would hit and we had no fucking idea who it was. If I didn't look up at the screen and see someone's name flash on the screen, I think half the women I might not have known who was coming out.
That's the one change I hope for in 2025. Get rid of Def Rebel.
Yeah, they got a big music problem. Did you notice Braun Breaker has another new theme song now?
Oh, it's been like that for weeks now.
Every week, it's a different song.
You just noticed that now?
No, I'm saying I noticed he's been through a few of them, but I thought they had settled on one, and then last week I said, wait, this sounds different again. Another new theme for him.
They're actually getting actual musicians to do the themes now. They mentioned, I think, who was it? I forgot who. I think it was Corey Graves or somebody on Monday Night Raw. There was a graphic underneath Damian Priest, his nameplate, when he was coming out on Monday night last week. His theme music is actually performed by Kerry King of the band Slayer. He's the lead guitarist for Slayer. I'm like, all right, so you actually do get actual musicians on these tracks, which is great. So they're kind of reforming everybody's theme music, actual musicians now.
Well, okay, fine, but Braun Breaker has already been through 3 or 4 of them, and he hasn't even. It's not like he's been on the main roster that long. So, can we settle on one, please?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I mean, it's hard to get into them when it changes every other week.
Does Sheamus still have that shitty AI theme music?
I think so. Yeah.
God, it's so fucking bad.
It's so bad. It's honestly, it's the worst music he's had his entire run there. Even Hellfire was a great theme.
Yeah, we need that changed immediately before he wins the IC title.
It's so
big
bad.
Time.
Yeah, I mean, if he wins that championship, I mean, he should dance a jig in the middle of the ring. It's awful. Remember Becky Lynch when she debuted in NXT?
Yeah.
She came out, she's like dancing.
I don't want to remember, no.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But I don't want Sheamus to win the Intercontinental title like that.
Saturday night's main event. We got a main event announced. Jason, it's Cody Rhodes defending the WWE title against Kevin Owens. It's not happening at Survivor Series, which I even tweeted out yesterday. It's kind of shocking to not see Cody, the Cody Roadster, out there defending the title or even making an appearance on Saturday's Survivor Series, which is a big deal. It's one of the big five. He's not going to be there defending the title, even wrestling on Saturday night. I know we talked about this. We had our own kind of fantasy booking here. Non-title match, lights out match, unsanctioned, happening at Survivor Series, then a rematch at Saturday night's main event. But they're going right to Saturday night's main event here.
Now, do you think it has anything to do with them not wanting him booed in Canada?
Yes. That's a good observation, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I wonder how much that might be playing into it. Because I was surprised, too. I thought it would have made more sense for them to have even just something brief, like, again, non-title, obviously. And if it is anything formal, Owens would go over. And then you would have a real reason for him to get a title match because he's being gifted a championship match for trying to end Randy Orton's career. And so at least have that before you get to the title match, but they're just waiting. And I mean, I understand them doing a big match on Saturday night's main event, that they're really hoping to, build that up like a PLE and make that a big deal. And I think that's great. But just to go right into it and not have the WWE champion on Survivor Series, that was a surprising call.
Yeah, a little surprising. I'm looking forward to it, and that promo from both Cody and KO on Friday night was a tremendous piece of business. You physically saw KO maybe getting a little teary-eyed. His eyes were a little red. Cody sounded even more angry than he was during WrestleMania season, where he should have been the utmost angry. He was more angry at KO than he was at The Rock. So I was actually happy to see him pull out that intensity. I thought that was a great promo, and I'm very excited about this feud. And this is exactly what Cody needed, this type of intensity in a feud. We haven't seen this in his entire title run so far, and I'm glad that it's coming right now because we're getting into the most important time of the year.
Well, what did I say on TNT several weeks ago? And you were surprised when I said it. And now other people are starting to say the same thing.
I saw somebody tweet it out yesterday. I'm like, I wonder where they heard that one.
Well, but people, I think, are just coming around to the idea because of how great the work has been on the promo so far. But I said this weeks ago, I said, if I had the power of the pen, because you asked me if I had the power of the pen, I make Kevin Owens the WWE champion. And I still feel that way. I think on Saturday night's main event, you have him win the WWE championship. Even if Cody ends up getting the belt back before WrestleMania, that's fine. But I would put the title on Kevin Owens. And I don't think it harms Cody at all. And I think it helps the story along. And I think KO is doing great work right now. And to go back to the New Day stuff from last night, I love what we're seeing as far as these promos. We saw it with Cody and KO on Friday, and even with Kofi and Xavier last night, where they're getting angry, they're getting fired up, passionate and serious, but they're also making sense. A lot of what Kofi said made sense. A lot of what Xavier said made sense. What was Kevin Owens saying on Friday? When he got really animated, he was talking about the fact that Roman Reigns tried to end my career, and you teamed with him. That's what got him so pissed off. And you're like, you know what? He's not wrong. He's
been right every step of the way. KO was right.
Yes.
Cody's the heel here. Cody's the de facto heel, but he's not really a heel because everybody still loves him. But he's really a heel here.
Right. Well, he's the golden boy, like Owen says. But these promos, the difference in the promo work that we're seeing now as compared to, let's say, a couple of years ago is just night and day. And I love it. I love what we're seeing out of these feuds as far as incorporating more realism and more passion than maybe we're used to seeing on WWE TV. Obviously, earlier this year we had that great segment with Punk and McIntyre and Rollins. And that's the sort of thing I want to see more of, going into 2025, because this is what really kind of just drags you in. It grabs you by the shirt and it pulls you in. That's compelling television. And so I love that segment on Friday. I haven't heard passion out of Cody like that all year. He was, I thought he was going to lose his voice. He was screaming, and Owens, I thought, played his part well. So yeah, they got me all hyped up for the match. I do think we see Randy Orton on that show. He may factor into the finish if they're not going to put the title on Kevin, but if it's up to me, I put the title on Kevin Owens. I said it before. I still stand by that.
I won't even be upset at that if that actually happened. So we'll see. We'll see. Do you think this new administration is a little bit more laxed on the promos, especially with their top talent? Do they just have those guys go out there, bullet points, just do what you got to do because we trust you?
Yes.
Definitely felt that way.
Just watch the product. Look at the product now as compared to 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and tell me that you don't feel and you don't notice a difference in these promos.
Oh, you can't say that, Solomonster. We do that over in AEW.
Well, if it were in AEW, they also would be talking about WWE, so that's the difference. Yeah, that's your sicko voice.
No, I got the voice changer I usually do on Wednesdays with Jesse, but I kept it normal today.
Okay. Oh. Not the Tony Khan. Tony Khan hologram voice.
No. That stays for specific occasions.
Okay.
I may actually be buying the hologram mask, and I may be wearing it on a full stream. I have to set a goal.
The $50 hologram mask?
Yes, I'm going to be setting a goal for our chat on Wednesday.
Oh, boy. So is it going to be Holo JD?
Yeah.
JD Graham?
Yeah, JD Graham, yeah.
Well, you know what? You're going to have to start, practicing your Hurricane Ranas and Poison Ranas, and you're going to have to pull off some moves. I am the commissioner. I can make it happen in House of Glory. I can get you in the ring.
I got to go get some Lucha Libre training. I don't know who wants to train me.
Here's what we're going to do. You're going to get the hologram mask. Now I'm going to have a conversation with Red. We're going to see if he'll show you the ropes. He'll do a little training with you. And I would be more than happy to book JD Graham in his first ever match in House of Glory. I'll go out and find the best luchador in the world. We'll get you in the ring with them. We'll let you show off your moves. I bet you put the mask on, it probably gives you powers like fucking Peter Parker and Spider-Man. Powers you didn't even know you had. You may have a whole other career ahead of you.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It's great.
Just don't get hurt like Hologram did. Hologram's hurt right now. That's why we don't see him. That's why he's not in the Continental Classic.
All right, I'm gonna need the best training. I got to live up to being just as good as Beast Mortos.
I'll try to make that happen too. I'll try to get you in the ring with him. We'll get him to come in. He'll cut promos, and we'll have him against JD Graham at House of Glory. We'll sell the place out.
Love it. It's going to be a good one. You guys, Wednesday we'll be talking a little bit more about that, man. JD Graham may be happening. We'll see what happens. But yes, AEW. Let's shift gears to AEW here. We had a pay-per-view on Saturday night that didn't get me into bed until 5:30 a.m. And then out of curiosity, I went to go check my subscription box to see if this guy was live. And I'm like, where the fuck is he? He made the right decision not to go live, man, because my entire Sunday was fucked up. That's all I'll say.
Well, I have a show to do on Sunday. So yeah, for me, it's a little bit different. And I was just like, you know what? If this was a pay-per-view that had to be super excited going into it, maybe I would have made an exception. Maybe I'll make an exception. For World's End. But I was like, you know what? I got a podcast to do tomorrow. I'll watch the pay-per-view and I'll take notes and I'll go to bed at a decent time, and then I'll wake up rested and I'll be able to do my review on Sunday. And that's what I did. And I was like, I bet he didn't go to bed probably until fucking 4:30 in the morning. He's probably walking around the next day. He probably slept in bed until like 11, right?
You got it right so far, yeah. I got up, had some coffee. I was back on the couch by 3:30 taking a nap.
There you go. I mean, it takes a lot out of you.
Yeah.
It takes a lot. Dude, it's absurdly long. It is just absurdly long. And you just listen to that crowd.
Yes.
And you can pinpoint, I think it was the Daniel Garcia match. Like, you could pinpoint the moment where the crowd was just like, all right, we don't give a shit. Yeah, they don't give a shit. I mean, they were up for some of the big spots, like the finish of that match and some of the spots in the main event, but there was a noticeable difference in the crowd reaction overall in the first half of the show as compared to the second half of the show. And it's understandable.
I did not. I'm not going to say the entire pay-per-view was a wash. There was some great wrestling on the show, no doubt about it. There always is with these shows. But if I had to rank pay-per-views for the entire year, I know you and I both said that go-home show was just fucking egregious television on Wednesday, and the pay-per-view was probably their worst pay-per-view of the entire year. I'm not even joking. I'm not grifting. I'm not saying it because I'm paid by WWE to say these nasty things about AEW. It didn't live up to the pay-per-view that we normally get from AEW, and the build was very lackluster, incredibly lackluster, and it showed on Saturday night to a point, Jason, where Big Boom AJ, and I got to give him credit because he pulled out a very good match, a very entertaining match, a fun match with QT Marshall, which honestly was the most talked about thing on the entire show as far as just mainstream attention and everything that it really garnered for AEW. And the match itself wasn't as bad as I was expecting it to be. Now, Big Boom AJ got the job done. He beat QT Marshall. And his sons were out there, or his son, Big Justice, and the Rizzler out there doing the timekeeping, who was moreover, the Rizzler was more over than fucking anybody else on the show.
You know what I love, though? Like, they cut to him like 1,000 times during that match, and every single time they cut to this kid at the timekeeper's table, they obviously told him he was on camera. It's like he snapped into kayfabe, and he quickly did he rubbed his chin like 50,000 times during the match. He'd be sitting there and he knew the camera was on. He'd be like stop putting the fucking camera on me. But he's a worker, man. He knew I got to be in kayfabe. I got to live the gimmick. So I got to give him credit. Was he 7 years old, 8 years old?
Yeah.
I got to give him credit.
Yeah, the Rizzler did his thing. Apparently, he was an attraction backstage in the locker room. Everybody wanted a picture with the Rizzler.
He was, and I can't confirm this, but there were unconfirmed reports that he may have gotten into a fist fight with the Young Bucks and he won. So, yeah. I mean, it's happened before with the Bucks. So I mean, it's not surprising. But my money would be on the Rizzler.
Me too.
Yeah,
you got to go with the Rizzler in that situation. Big Boom AJ and QT had a fun match. What did you make of the match, Jason? I didn't really listen to your analysis of the show yet because I wanted to come in here fresh to get your take here as we do this show kind of off the cuff, and there's no real discussion beforehand.
Off the script,
kind of, yeah. I enjoyed it for what it was, but I did have some problem with it and the way that this was the most hyped match out of everything else on this show. It almost felt like an alternative universe that everything was done backwards. I thought at one point the way that they promoted this match, and he was all over the place with Tony Khan, and Big Justice was with him, CNBC, MSNBC, whatever, CNN, ESPN, they were all over the place promoting this match. If they wanted to make it a big deal, it almost felt like it should have been on the main show. But then I got to thinking, if it was on the main show, then everybody else on the main show, you're going to have to take one of the actual performers off the show or match off the show with actual performers and make a spot for this. It would have worked if the build was better and it complemented everything else instead of taking away from everything else. But this was the most hyped match on the entire show to a point where people are still talking about it today. And there's even news that Tony, after he gets his foot addressed, we'll talk about big AJ here breaking his foot before the match, that they want to invite him back and have him wrestle again. So this might not even be the last that we see. I just felt like so much went into this, and it was just so confusing to me to see all the love that AEW gave this match, and then they just pretend like the build on TV for the last 4 or 5 weeks is okay, and they buy the rights to fucking Guns N' Roses, and they put together this great music video, which did so much better than the actual build on TV. It's almost as if they don't give a shit about the wrongs that they do, and they try and disguise those wrongs with these cool little nuances. It's almost like it's bothersome as a fan. And the hype that went into this match, I just feel like everything else didn't really live up to the hype, and that's wrong of AEW to do, because the show itself should be the most important thing. The performers on the show should be the actual thing, and this should have complemented everything on the show, and it didn't.
So I saw the video that Big Boom AJ posted today, and he didn't say anything about coming into the match with a broken foot. He thinks that it may have happened. There was a flying clothesline spot, and that may have been where he broke his foot, but he didn't feel it. The adrenaline was going. And he made it very clear, like, he's going to be out about 6 to 8 weeks, and he absolutely will be back. He said, so he's going to be back. He had a conversation today with Tony Khan, and he will be back in the ring working for AEW. So if you are not a fan of the Costco guys, get ready, because they are coming back. And I'm not going to disagree that it should complement everything else on the show, but I also think, and I did hear, I know you were going off on this in advance, and I think it was a little overblown, because at the end of the day, it was a pre-show match. And you mentioned the fact that maybe it would have been more appropriate with all the hype that it got, that it would be on the main card. You know damn well that if this match was on the main card, you would have shit on it even more. So
true.
It being on the pre-show was the right move. It was the better way to go, because I think it would have gotten even more hate if it was on the main card.
I would have been okay with it, like I said, if everything else was actually given some actual credible story and everything else felt better than it did going into the show. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I would have.
I don't know.
I mean,
know.
11, 12 matches and then seeing that match on the show, I wouldn't have had that big of a problem with it.
Well, yeah, but still, people look at AEW as trying to not be WWE, and maybe that's just them idealizing it from years ago when AEW first started. They're going to be the alternative, and I think people would have shit all over that because they still look at AEW that way, and they would have looked at it and go, "Oh, that's a WWE thing to do. We don't want this." Like a lot of people would have said that, and so whatever. It was on the pre-show. I didn't look at it as a big deal as much as other people did. I made fun of it and mocked it going into it because the whole thing is just ridiculous. I don't even know why these people are so popular, but that's just the product, I guess, of social media today. They've got millions of followers on Twitter, or not Twitter, on TikTok.
You're not interested in having a chicken bake from Costco?
No. No, I don't get my meals from Costco. I don't have the double chocolate chunk cookies or whatever it is that they have from Costco, but apparently they're popular. And as far as all the media they were able to do, I think it's great. I think that, and maybe I'm looking at it from the perspective of somebody who works in public relations. Like if you're a PR person and you're representing somebody, I've had tons of clients in the years that I've worked in PR, and you kill for some of the press hits that these guys were able to get organically on their own. You mentioned CNBC and these different newspaper articles and television interviews that they were able to do. And that's great, earned media. And good on them. Tony Khan said that they were marketing geniuses, and he learned a lot from watching them and following, what they did in hyping this up. They were on the Tonight Show. The fact is, if AEW tried to get anybody else on this show, on the Tonight Show, or on CNBC, it was never going to happen. They were not going to get Jon Moxley on CNBC. They were not going to get Swerve Strickland. Like, this only happened because of these two guys.
But is that not a problem, though?
Well, I mean, you could look at it as a problem, but, what about the AEW product would warrant them getting all of this press attention? Was there anything special about this pay-per-view? It was just a traditional AEW pay-per-view. If they had some really super big attraction, if Mike Tyson was going to do a match at Full Gear, then sure. I would say if they can't get big press for this, then they're doing something wrong. But this was just your run-of-the-mill AEW show with some, great banger matches up and down the card. So why would they be getting all of this press attention? I mean, they did some press, but they weren't going to get some of the places that these guys got because these guys, again, they have a huge following on social media. They know how to market themselves. And so they were able to get press that ordinarily you wouldn't get because they're wrestling. That's why they got that press. They're social media influencers. And the guy hasn't wrestled in 20 years, and now he's going to have a wrestling match. That's a news story. There was nothing newsworthy about the AEW pay-per-view otherwise. So good on them for getting that kind of publicity and plugging Full Gear. You're not going to get that with anybody else that was on that pay-per-view.
I understand. You're 100% correct. But on the flip side, everything else that you said in regards to that and them getting the press and it's warranted, like, I just look on the backside of that. It's like, what is AEW doing to bring people to their show and to generate interest for their show? They're not doing anything. Well, it's like they put everything into this family, but they didn't put anything into their own television show for the last 5 weeks. That's where I find to be the problem.
I'm not arguing with you about that. I think the television show over the last several weeks has been very inconsistent and largely not good. And I thought that show last Wednesday was fucking terrible as a go-home show. So we're in agreement on that. But I'm talking about as far as this pay-per-view is concerned, I think the idea was, hey, we can maybe bring in some new eyeballs to the product by doing something with these guys. Do I honestly think that they're going to bring in new fans based on what they did on Saturday? Fuck no, I don't. I really don't. I don't think they gained a single new fan. I don't fault them for trying, but do I think it's really going to lead to new fans checking out the product? I don't think so. I mean, we'll find out this week, I guess. If the Dynamite number is up by 300,000 people, maybe the Costco guys can take credit for it. But I don't think that's going to happen. As far as the match itself, I had fun with it. I thought it was harmless fun on the pre-show, and I got a lot of mixed reaction when I said that. Some people agreed, a lot of people didn't. And they were very upset about that, and they thought it was garbage, and it was an embarrassment, and, that's fine. I said it's harmless fun on the pre-show. He didn't go out there and embarrass himself. I thought he threw a better work punch than most wrestlers today throw.
He did.
Yeah.
And he actually delivered one hell of a vertical suplex off the top rope, too.
Yeah, he did a superplex. Yeah. And now we find out that he worked at least half the match with a broken foot. You know what? Good for him. He finished the match. And the thing also is that crowd in New Jersey was super into it. That was one of the most, popular matches on the entire show, pre-show or main card. So it got over. So it was a success in that regard. I don't know what their goals were for this match. If, again, they wanted to sell more tickets, or if they're waiting to see if the ratings are going to be higher this week, or what maybe their social media metrics are going to be higher than usual. I don't know what they, in their minds, were expecting out of this. Clearly, Tony Khan wants to work with them more. They were very happy with the way things went. Yeah, they were very respectful and well-received, apparently, behind the scenes. So I didn't have an issue with it. And if they want to bring him back and do more stuff, as long as it doesn't take away from the key stuff we're seeing on the main show, then that's fine. Now, again, if they end up on the show in a really horrible, awful segment, I'll call it out as a horrible, terrible, embarrassing segment. But I didn't have as much of an issue with it. I think it's just way overblown in some circles. People just sort of losing their minds over something that really wasn't worth losing your mind over. There's plenty of other things right now with AEW to lose your mind over. This was not one of them. And I thought he acquitted himself very well. Now, I know he had wrestling experience coming into this. He worked a match a couple of years ago. Before that, I don't think he had worked a match in almost 20 years. Now, he wasn't doing anything, terribly flashy. I kind of looked at it as almost like a classic, very basic 1980s style wrestling match. And hat tip to QT Marshall, because I think he played his part well. He did what he had to do. He got good heat. I don't remember him being in shape like that either. It looks like he slimmed down.
He did a lot.
Because I don't think he's wrestled a match since he came back to the company. So I don't even remember the last time I would have seen him in a match. Maybe it was highlights of that time he was wrestling in Mexico, maybe. But no, I mean, he looked like he was in the best shape I've ever seen him in. And again, he played his part fine. I had no issue with the match. Sometimes you just got to have fun with it and enjoy it. I thought it was fun.
The only problem I had with Big Boom AJ was his entrance. I thought The Undertaker made his entrance quicker than Big Boom AJ did at Full Gear. I mean, he was...
he was taking his time slapping hands, I think, with everybody in the building. I think if he would have been able to go up to like section 200 and slap hands, he would have done it. He was wrapped up in the moment. You could tell, like, he had a smile on his face because he's never wrestled in front of a crowd like this before. He was wrestling independent shows fucking 18 years ago. So he's on cloud 9. He's loving this shit.
Big Boom AJ. We'll see him again. I know Fightful did say, you said that in regards to his foot, Fightful actually put out something in regards to him as well. Fightful said that he reported yesterday, Sap, that AEW talent managed to escape without serious injuries for Full Gear. They confirmed Big Boom AJ broke his foot earlier in the day before the match, and he largely kept it to himself. They are told that he didn't want to disappoint fans who had bought a ticket to see him and waste promotion for the match. But then he said he broke it during the match?
Well, I mean, that's what he indicated in the video he posted.
No.
I mean, he mentioned something about he thinks maybe it happened on like a flying clothesline. So again, unless he's trying to cover the real reason, I'm going to go right to the source and take his word for it. So,
yeah,
regardless,
those double chocolate chunk cookies, they're dangerous.
Maybe it's what powered him through the match. Maybe that's why he was able to finish the match. It was a sugar rush.
Maybe. Or maybe the Rizzler out there just giving him the fucking the energy, the spirit to finish the match. The Rizzler, he's got those special ties.
Well, the Rizzler is almost like the urn to the Undertaker. Right? It's where he draws his power from. Yeah. Every time he scratched his face, it's like if he had like a health bar, like in a video game, his health was restored. Or it's like in the Call of Duty games where you stick the thing to
the syringe,
the syringe, that was what the Rizzler was to Big Boom AJ.
Oh my goodness, you're gonna see the Rizzler again, folks. So if you enjoyed the Rizzler, then get used to it. It's gonna happen again. Tag team championships. We have Private Party, the Outrunners, the House of Black, with the Kings of the Black Throne. And we had the Acclaimed. Now, the big thing in this match station was the Acclaimed teasing a breakup here. Max Caster and Anthony Bowens are not on the same page. I know a couple of weeks ago, Max Caster was given a card by the Hurt Syndicate and MVP. I wonder if he's pondering kind of splitting from Bowens there. But in the end, Private Party retained the tag team championships. I didn't really care for this too much. I was looking for a breakout performance from the Outrunners. I felt like we didn't get it. House of Black, I feel like they were just there because Tony has been listening to the fan base. Oh, House of Black's been on TV, look, 3 or 4 weeks consistently. Now let's put them on the pay-per-view. And then the Acclaimed, I feel like they're ice cold. This is the coldest they've ever been. They're trying to reheat them up and do something substantial with them. But in the end, I didn't really find myself invested in any of this. And Private Party retained the title in what I thought was an okay match to open the show, but nothing too serious.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. It wasn't anything, we've seen some excellent tag team matches before in AEW. This will not, go on the list of great tag team matches. I'm happy Private Party retained. I wouldn't have taken the titles off them this soon. As far as the Acclaimed, it's pretty clear they're building seemingly to a split. I think that Anthony Bowens has great singles potential. Maybe not with Tony Khan booking, but I think he's got potential more than Max Caster does.
Why is that? I want to ask you, because I feel like I'm the opposite way. I feel like Max Caster has a little bit more singles potential than Bowens. Why does everybody kind of gravitate towards Bowens?
I just think that Bowens is a more charismatic in-ring performer.
Okay.
I think that clearly Caster has, charisma. He comes out, he does the raps to the ring. I think when the bell rings, Bowens is a great babyface. He can play like that babyface in peril, and he can get the crowd behind him. And I just think the way I would describe it is he has more in-ring charisma. And I just think that he is somebody the fans could easily get behind as that, babyface that they just want to root for. So
I could see
if they split them up, I think he stands a better chance than Caster does. But either one of them doing a singles run, I mean, look, they did that split with Santana and Ortiz, and I know there were personal reasons for them not wanting to work together anymore, but they split them and did absolutely nothing with either one of them. So I will not sit here and tell you I have a lot of faith in AEW to actually push them in any meaningful way. On the flip side of that, though, they seem to be going in on Kyle Fletcher, who's getting the biggest push of his life. So
we will definitely talk about him as he is in the Continental Classic too.
Yeah. So yeah, I think he has potential. I'm okay if they split the Acclaimed. I mean, I know we're talking about splitting up tag teams, but I mean, the Acclaimed is just flat. The whole Acclaimed and Daddy Ass. I think it's over. And I think it's time to shake things up in some way, and this might just be the way to shake it up.
It's kind of sad. I feel like if they do break them up, they'll realize quickly that it was a mistake and then get them back together and then pretend like it never happened.
Possible.
Or maybe just go the way of the Street Profits. Look at what the Street Profits do. The Street Profits have been a little bit more interesting now than they have been in recent memory, just with a simple attitude adjustment. The same thing could probably be said about the Acclaimed. I don't really know we need any drastic change, but cut the cringy shit out of the act, and then maybe they'll be onto something. I don't know.
Either way, they need to make a change, because if they just keep doing what they're doing, it's not over in the way that it was over even 6 months ago.
Yeah, they are a fall from grace and something that is just unexplainable. It needs to be studied. They were the hottest tag team in the industry, and then all of a sudden, goodbye. Yep. No more. Roderick Strong and MJF. This was the third match on the show. I said with Jason on Saturday night, early Sunday morning, that AEW did the unthinkable. They made me and Jesse not give a single shit about an MJF match on pay-per-view, and this guy is literally the ace of the company, man. I don't know what you felt about this, but I feel like MJF is in this terrible trap of mediocrity for whatever reason, and I need him to get the fuck out of this feud, whatever that is. Get out, move on, and get back to being a main event guy on these shows, man. I don't know what this was. It wasn't a bad match by any stretch, because I'm not going to sit here and tell you these guys produce bad wrestling, but as far as the story and investment, man, zero coming out of this match.
It was a TV match.
Yeah.
It was a TV match that could have been done on Dynamite. MJF against Roderick Strong is not the match people wanted to see. The match that they have been building towards is Adam Cole and MJF. I think a lot of it just has to do with, as far as him feeling very mid, and the feeling about this match, he hasn't been around. They taped those segments that they've spliced into the shows, but he's been gone for a good 6 weeks. He's filming movies. He's not available. I think that's a big part of why they wanted to hold off on the Adam Cole match, frankly. I think they wanted him to be available and around, to be in the ring and on TV week to week to help promote that match and make it a bigger deal. And I agree with that. I think you want to have him around to give that match a proper build. This match was part of that story, but it was not interesting in any way. I mean, the work was fine. I mean, they were obviously building it around him working over Roddy's hand and his fingers. That's why he submitted so quickly in the armbar there at the end, which was a little surprising. But yeah, when it was over, it's just like, all right, it was a match. I mean, it was nothing that, what it reminded me of in some ways, when MJF came back and he had that match, was it with Roosh at Forbidden Door?
Hechicero.
Yeah. It was a match.
Yeah.
It was a match. That's the best way to describe it.
The sad thing, he's had a couple of instances this year, a handful of them, where it's just like that. It's just a match. Like last year, it wasn't that. Like, where are we going?
Well, I mean, but last year, the focus was on him last year. Like, last year was his year.
Yeah.
He had a year plus as the world champion. He was in the main event at Wembley Stadium. He had that story that they hit on with him and Adam Cole. Like, he beat Kenny Omega. It was all about MJF last year. And then he got hurt and he went away. And that kind of stifled his momentum. Now he's away filming movies. All these things play a role in why he feels very, very cold right now. So I don't know that I was expecting him to have the same kind of year that he had in 2023, where everything was built around him. But even still, they need to be doing better with him. He's a bigger star for them than this. I'm hoping that as we now build towards the Cole match, it'll start to feel like that a little bit. But yeah, this on a card like this that went so late. This is one of those matches I think that you could have easily just saved for Dynamite this week.
Yeah, O'Reilly came out after the match, and he basically blasted.
Speaking of things I don't care about.
Yeah, he blasted Adam Cole for not going after MJF, echoing the sentiments of fans everywhere in response to baby faces everywhere for basically. You know what MJF is capable of. You're not doing anything about it. You got no intensity. You're just letting this shit happen. And this look what happened to your friend. I don't know where this is going. The Undisputed Era is going to get back together. Oh joy! What happens to the Kingdom? What happens to Adam Cole? Does he grow a set of balls after this? I don't know.
Who cares?
Does he look less orange? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we got to have a conversation about that too. By the way,
I heard. You don't need to repeat yourself. I heard what you said. I agree with everything you said.
Yeah, so I'm not crazy here. I mean,
no.
It's just out of control. There's got to be an intervention here.
Something, yeah. The ladies, TBS Championship, Chris Statlander and Mercedes Moné. Again, not much of a story coming on in. Camille and Mercedes had more of a story. The tension between them was more of a story than the match between Mercedes and Chris Statlander. Nobody really knows why Chris Statlander went from heel to babyface and dropped Stokely Hathaway. There was no real explanation given. I was enjoying her as a heel. I thought what she was doing was really interesting stuff. Regardless of all the inconsistencies, one thing is always for sure, and that is Stat is a very good pro wrestler, and we know Mercedes is a very good pro wrestler. No matter how much criticism she seems to be taking as far as her gimmick and maybe her creative control and the fact that she hasn't really done anything since getting to AEW. There's no real change in the women's division. It feels like everything is just cold and stale. But
what do you think about Camille the Klutz? That's what I'm calling her now.
I like it.
You like it?
Camille the Klutz. I like that you've given her a cool nickname, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you liked the angle. I was going to say, what's wrong with you?
No, I don't like the angle. I like the nickname.
Okay. All right.
I
mean, that's pretty much what she is at this point.
Well, that's exactly what she is. She's a klutz. The klutzes who are writing this creative too, they could join her in being a klutz. But at the end of all of it, Jason, no matter what we think of the story and what's going on here between all three of these ladies, this was probably I would say it's tough. It's a very subjective thing. I would probably say this is the third best women's match in all of AEW all year. This was probably Stat's second best match all year, outside the Willow match at All Out, the hardcore match that they had. And I would say this is absolutely the best Mercedes match in all of AEW since she's arrived.
Best Mercedes match? I would even go so far as to say the best Statlander match. I think it was probably better than the Willow Nightingale match. I mean, the Willow Nightingale match was different because they had the garbage and the plunder and all that. As a wrestling match, I think this may have been her best too. I think they brought the best out of each other. The one big critique I had, it was just out of control in this match. Mercedes, she's got to dial back the meteors. I lost track after a while. She probably used that move 7 or 8 times in the match. It's just, she's got to dial that back. It's just to the point of absurdity. But I really enjoyed the match. I thought it was excellent. I thought it was exactly the kind of match Mercedes needed to have at a time where she just needed something like this. And yeah, I mean, I thought that they were among the 3 best matches of the night, I thought, on the card. I thought that they did a hell of a job here.
So Camille was told to stay in the back before this match, and Mercedes won this match clean without the help of Camille. Where does that land Camille now? It's almost as if they basically told you Mercedes didn't need any help to win this match, so what the fuck do we need Camille out there for, standing in Mercedes' corner? What are we doing with her?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a great point. Yeah, she has Camille to watch her back, and we've had Camille get involved in matches before. And here she was just like, you know what? I don't need you. You're useless. I don't need your help. Stay in the back. And she didn't need her help. She went out there and she won. So like you said, why would she even need Camille anymore? Maybe on Dynamite tomorrow night she'll fire her. It feels to me like they may actually be building to Camille challenging Mercedes to win the TBS Championship. And that's fine had they built this story up the proper way, which was to keep them together for a longer period of time before we got to this point. This is what I mean. Like, I can appreciate when I'm watching something, let's say, like last night with the Kofi and the Xavier Woods stuff, right? I mean, the New Day stuff is basically, it's like a mid-card angle. It's not like a main event angle. But there's a lot of equity that the fans have in these stars because, they've been around for so long, and that's a big part of it. They've been around 10 years as part of this group. But when you have something that you have built equity in, when you get to the point where they're having disagreements, they're having a fallout, somebody turns on somebody, we get a heated promo, we get like what Mercedes, bashing her the way she was the other night, then you would care more. And the problem is nobody cares because they waited 3 months and then they did it. You can't build equity in any of this shit after 90 days. That's why nobody cares. It's like they just don't have the patience to see some of these stories through the right way. Why are we doing this now and not doing this a year from now or 6 months from now? There's no good answer for that.
They got bored.
I guess so. But the problem now is that if the idea here is that she's going to continue to bully this woman and insult her with the idea that the fans will have sympathy for her, I'm not saying that when Camille finally punches her in the mouth, people aren't going to pop for it. But when you do the match, and if the idea is that Camille's going to beat her or win the championship, I just don't see it getting over at a level that, is going to elevate Camille to where they think she needs to be. I think it's going to fail.
Well, who is she? Who is Camille to these people? Like, to the audience? Nobody.
Well, that's the point, though. They haven't taken the time to establish her in any meaningful way. We're supposed to have sympathy for her. She's been on television for 3 months.
She's wrestled 2 matches.
And none of them memorable.
One of them was with Stat.
Right.
And she lost.
Right. Okay. And what else has she done? We know that she's a shitty driver. And what else? What else do we know about this woman?
She got put through a cardboard wall.
Okay. What else? What else do we know about her? Has she cut any real promos? Do we know? Do we know anything else?
I don't think we've heard her vocal tone on Dynamite yet. No.
Okay. Well, look, we didn't hear her vocal tone in the NWA either for the longest time. They didn't have her speak, but they did a hell of a lot better with her in the NWA when she was Nick Aldis's insurance policy and didn't speak, and she was basically the China of NWA, and she got over in a big way. Fucking Billy Corgan knew how to book this woman, and Tony Khan doesn't. That's the problem.
Wow.
So whatever they're going to do here, I just don't think it's going to work, and I think it's going to fail, and when it does, we're going to be able to look back on it and pinpoint exactly where it went wrong. But it didn't have to be this way.
I could probably walk outside of my house at 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's more lively than it would be for Camille when she actually drops Mercedes in the storyline. It's going to be a terrible. It's going to be a bad reaction.
She may get a nice reaction that night, and that's probably going to be the peak, and that's the problem. So I don't know what the point of any of this is.
Well, I mean, if you look at AEW television, the last time we saw Julia Hart on television was with Mercedes, and there was something going on there with Mercedes and Julia. Sky Blue was a part of that. Julia Hart's coming back. She's wrestling Jamie Hayter supposedly in this return feud. I don't really see how that bodes well for Jamie Hayter. And it looks like Julia Hart may be set up for another rematch with the TBS Women's Champion here. I don't know where they're going. I mean, outside of that, I don't really know where Mercedes is headed into 2025. Do you know? Do you care?
No, I don't. And that's the problem. I mean, Mercedes came in with such fanfare, big business in Boston. And, she's going to be, the change that this women's division needs. And here we are now. It hasn't even been a full year. Look where we are.
We're no better we're no better than when we ended 2024 or 2023.
Yeah, but that's a failure of everybody involved.
I know. But she's a great wrestler.
Hey, she's a terrific wrestler. I was very much looking forward to her coming in and mixing it up with all these people that she's never had the chance to wrestle before. And just objectively, I can sit here and tell you, as a fan of hers, as a fan of her work previously, that where she is right now, and she's got championship, she's got the TBS title, she's draped in gold. It's not like she hasn't had success. But true success, I think, is measured by more than just whatever championship you wrap around her waist. And it's just a feeling that you have when she comes out. Oh, Mercedes is coming out. Okay, I need to stop what I'm doing and pay attention to what this woman is going to say. The promos have not been good. The matches, she's had some good matches, but, for the most part, like, this was easily the best of the matches that she's had so far. But this just has not been a memorable run. And she feels like a non-factor. And she came in with such fanfare, and she should be a much bigger deal than she is. And she's not. And you could blame Tony Khan because the buck stops with him, but I think there's blame to go around with everybody involved. It just has not lived up to expectations so far. I hope they could change that. I hope they could turn that around. But the Camille thing for me is inexcusable. What they have done and the way they have booked this is inexcusable.
It very much is inexcusable. We'll see what happens on Wednesday if she is on the show.
All over again.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Awful. Jay White, one of my personal favorites, against another one of my personal favorites, Adam Hangman Page. And this was a rematch from their match at Wrestle Dream, which was excellent. I do not think it was better than what they did at Wrestle Dream. I thought the crowd was a little bit more lively in Tacoma than they were in Newark. That goes for the entire show. Even the previous matches, which we just discussed, I mean, they didn't really get going in the women's match until maybe two or 3 minutes before the end. So it was more of the same here. I thought this was fine. They worked over each other's body part, Jason. Coming out of the match at Wrestle Dream was the knee for Hangman. This match, it was the knee for Hangman and the ankle of Jay White. And Adam Page suffers another loss here. 2 in a row, back-to-back pay-per-views to Jay White. And it now had me and Jesse asking, why is Adam Page losing 2 times in a row on pay-per-view? I get that Adam Page is somebody that is rough and tough, and he's a fucking beast, and maybe he can afford a loss. But, I mean, this guy was in a match with Swerve Strickland. He beat the former champion inside a steel cage. He burned his childhood home down. We all thought he was going to go after the world championship. We all thought he should have been the world champion coming out of All In. And we sit here now with no real direction for Adam Page. Where do you see Adam Page after this?
Well, I almost feel like it's better if we hold off maybe until we talk about the main event.
Yeah. Okay.
Because this kind of ties into that a little bit. But I mean, as far as the match is concerned, I love the match. I thought it was an even better match. They both sold injuries in the match, so you had that as kind of the story thread throughout. The finish kind of came out of nowhere. The way they did it got over huge. So yeah, I mean, these two, they just work really well together. And I was surprised that they would beat Hangman 2 in a row, but at the same time, I could look at it and go, you know what? At least we didn't get the usual, like, I say usual. I mean, I'm so used to it for so many years in WWE. But you get that even Steven 50-50 booking,
yeah,
where nobody really gets over. At least here, Hangman, he lost, but Jay White just won 2 straight against the former world champion. So if they're going to go all in on Jay White, I mean, that's nothing to be upset about.
Not at all. I think he deserves it. And I thought that maybe both of them would be in the Continental Classic. They are not. Neither one of them are. So we will talk about that in a little bit. Speaking of 2 guys who will be in the Continental Classic, Will Osprey and Kyle Fletcher. Obviously, a match everybody was looking forward to as being a great wrestling match coming into this show on Saturday night. It definitely was the match of the night by far. You, Jason, were you surprised? I know I had stuck to my guns. I thought Kyle Fletcher was going to win. I said Will Osprey was bulletproof. I thought he could take a loss. I figured if Osprey was given the decision, he would probably put his friend over. That's exactly what happened. What was your reaction to when you saw Kyle Fletcher get the victory the way that he did on Saturday night? Were you surprised? Were you kind of confused that maybe they didn't give this to Osprey? What were you feeling?
I wasn't confused. I was surprised because I had Osprey as my pick to win. But I wasn't surprised. If anything, you know what surprised me? In a good way. The fact that we had no bullshit during this match.
Yeah.
There was no interference from the Callis family or Don Callis. There was no stupid screwdriver. Osprey put him over cleanly. The one thing that I did not like, and I hated this, was the tombstone on the steps not leading to the finish.
Yeah. We got a lot of pile drivers on the show in general on Saturday night.
Yes, but this was a pile driver on the steps. And so from that, they took it back in the ring, and it just, kick out, continued, kick out. That's the thing, like, there's so many near falls, so many kick outs. And I mean, that's a problem not just in AEW, but it was really noticeable on this show, because what these people go out there and do is they go out there and everybody tries to steal the show. And so you go out there and it's like you're having, what was the third match on this show?
It was the ladies.
It was the ladies. Okay. You've got Mercedes and Statlander, going out there, and they're also doing big spots, and they're doing near falls and near falls and near falls. And it's the third match on the card. But it was like that up and down. And I do think that by the time you get to the latter matches on the show, and this is part of what factors into that exhaustion, it's like you've already seen like 67 near falls and these big moves and pile drivers and destroyers, and everybody kicks out of everything, and it's like we've already seen it in the earlier matches, and it kind of wears you down after a while.
This is exactly what I said about why Ricochet and Takeshita wrestled in front of fucking a graveyard on Saturday night.
Well, and you know what I said? I said that Ricochet and Takeshita should have opened the show.
Yes.
That match,
wherever Osprey and Fletcher were, that should have been before this one.
Yes, but I would have opened the show with Ricochet and Takeshita, because I guarantee you, if you opened with those two, the reaction would have been a total 180. There was nothing wrong with the work in the match. You put them in a different spot on the show earlier in the card, I guarantee you, the crowd is just total 180. So the formatting of the show I thought was terrible.
Yes.
Boom, 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 boom. Match.
And then they try to break it up with 30-second fucking video packages. There's not enough time for anything to breathe. It's like right into the next match. It's like they're trying, but they're not trying hard enough.
Yeah, and I didn't even think that the Mariah May Mina Shirakawa segment was anything great, but I appreciated the fact that we at least got one non-wrestling segment on the show to break things up a little bit, because everything else was just right on into the next. So that and the positioning of some of the matches was just very suspect to me. But as far as Kyle winning, if they are serious about pushing Kyle Fletcher as a single, then what they did here is exactly what they needed to do. He just got to win over a future AEW World Champion. And what's great about that is that if Will Osprey now, goes on to become the AEW World Champion in 2025, you've already got a ready-made program, because Kyle Fletcher can turn around and say, oh, I beat you. I beat you fair and square. I should get a shot at that title. You could run this back next year.
You could.
I think it's, I think I had Osprey as my pick to win, but I didn't have an issue with them putting, Kyle over. I don't think it hurts Osprey. How serious is Tony Khan about, putting over Kyle Fletcher? That will be the question now going forward. How serious is he about pushing this guy to the moon?
I'm going to refrain from saying anything, because I want to see the Continental Classic play out. We'll get into that after this, because okay. All I will say is I do not trust. I do not trust them. That's all I'll say.
I don't blame you for feeling that way.
Mark Davis was a part of this at the end. I don't know what they're doing with him at all. He seemingly just shows up out of nowhere on television, and I don't really know what his role is now, because
he just doesn't want to feel left out. He just missed a year, and so now he just wants to be in the mix. So he just shows up, just to be on TV.
I don't know if he's joining the Callis family, if he's going to join him and maybe just be buddy with Fletcher and not be a tag team. Because Fletcher is, after this performance, I don't think anybody's thinking about getting Aussie Open back together.
Yeah.
So it's like, what are you doing with him? Just a non-entity. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the broken wrist last year was the worst possible thing that could have happened to Mark Davis.
Yeah. Osprey and Fletcher was match of the night by far. Fletcher wins. And a little note here I put. Every time Osprey comes out, I mean, I say it all the time, there's nothing like a Osprey match. The energy just gets taken from one level to just fucking the highest on the show. He's incredible. And if they don't make him the world champion next year, I don't know what they're doing. He's the guy.
I mean, he's the guy to build things around in 2025.
Yeah. We did get the champagne celebration with Mina. Always great to see Mina and Mariah. I did not like this at all. I thought it was very hokey. I mean, everything they do has been hokey, but as far as the champagne celebration, Jason, a lot of people were asking me, you know, in regards to why did Mariah turn on Mina? Why was she ready to blast Mina with the bottle? And I said, well, if you guys pay attention to what's going on here, Mina, this is the first time Mina's back on American soil for AEW. She was on excursion in Japan with Tony Storm. So, I mean, it's an easy story to tell. Mariah found out that Mina was kind of mingling with Tony while on excursion in Japan, and now she's back trying to be buddy-buddy Mariah, and Mariah is not going to buy into that. So now you got a ready-made feud here. You got Mariah and Mina, which is probably going to factor Tony Storm into this. And then when we get to Australia, we're probably, like you said, and I didn't really believe you because I didn't really think it was going to be, you know, a story that they were going to go back and tell with Mariah and Tony, but it looks like going into Australia, and it may be Mariah and Tony again for the World Championship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's if they stay in Australia.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be in front of 40,000 people, I'll tell you that.
No, it's not.
I don't know. What'd you make of this? I thought this was hokey. I thought the table spot was kind of botched, and it really kind of soured the entire segment. I didn't really care for this.
I mean, it was a quick segment. Yeah. I mean, it was nothing that I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I was kind of indifferent towards it. It was predictable because I thought we were going to get one of two things. Either Mariah turns on Mina and or Tony Storm returns. We didn't get Tony Storm. We got Mariah turning on Mina.
Well, she retired. She retired.
Yes. She retired. Very interesting. Did you pay attention to the language that she used?
What did she say?
When she made the announcement, she said that, you know, she's retiring because she's a loser, and, you know, she lost in AEW, she lost in CMLL, she lost in New Japan. But then she made the comment after that. She says, AEW doesn't need me right now.
Oh,
which is very
true.
Which is very interesting because, you know, Kenny Omega made that comment. And you know who else made that comment last week on a podcast?
Who?
Eddie Kingston. He was asked. Now, he's not ready to get back in the ring yet, but he was asked about what's going on with Mox and everything, and he said, AEW doesn't need me right now. Things are good. They don't need me.
What is this? Their new thing? They don't need these people?
Well, so it makes me think if there's something going on here, if there's some story going on here where all these people are making these comments and it's all going to play into the Death Rider story. And in the months to come, you know, when they inevitably come back, if these are some of the names that will be coming back to try to sort of rescue AEW away from the Death Riders.
Oh, man, I can't wait for that one.
Well, but, you know, Omega made that comment last week to Fightful, and I just thought it was the most just insane, delusional thing that I've ever heard him say, that AEW doesn't need me right now, nothing's wrong, everything's great, they're doing just fine. And now, at least, I almost hope it is part of a story just because I would hope he doesn't actually believe that because it's just so ridiculous. But the fact that 3 people made similar comments like that in less than a week, I think something's going on here.
I think you're giving them too much credit, bro.
I probably am. But I want to believe that this is part of it.
We want AEW to be great, folks. We do.
Yeah. Yes.
Mina and Mariah, more than likely, World's End for the Women's Championship.
Yes, although we do have Winter is coming first, but I'm thinking World's End.
Yeah, Winter is coming. I don't know what they're. I don't even know where. Has that been announced yet? No, it hasn't been announced. No.
Not on TV, but I mean, it's like the event's been announced.
Okay. Jack Perry and Danny Garcia TNT Championship. This is
where it died.
This was dead. I don't want to use such a strong word, but yes, this was dead. The crowd didn't give a shit at all. Jack Perry came out to no reaction. Danny Garcia came out to no reaction. Most of the match got no reaction until Danny Garcia won the championship, which was a very mild reaction. And then we moved on and went about our night. That's basically all there is. I don't think anybody's surprised he won, but I mean, it's a big deal for him, I guess, right? He's finally achieved what he sought out to go and get the TNT Championship. But outside that, I don't really know what he's going to do as far as, change the TNT Championship. It's nothing more. We already have an open challenge on Wednesday. We're right back to the same shit.
Well, I mean, I think you're downplaying the finish a little bit. It got a reaction. It got more of a reaction than anything else. Did
it get a bigger reaction than the Rizzler?
No.
Okay.
No, but to say that it got like a lukewarm reaction, or say it got a noticeable reaction. I think people were just more excited about Jack Perry no longer being the TNT champion than anything else. And yeah, I mean, right back probably. I mean, have they officially announced that it is going to be an open I joked about that.
I think he's wrestling Shibata.
Okay. All right. I joked about it the other night. I said, I hope we just don't go back to the open.
Of course we are.
And so here we are, naturally. Yeah, great. Well, yeah, I mean, look, I was not excited about this coming into it. I think they tried to build it up as something. It just didn't live up to the hype around it coming in. That stupid segment they did on Dynamite last week did no favors.
No, that was awful.
Yeah, it was fucking terrible, dude. I mean, Garcia looked like such a loser in that segment for not hitting him with the crowbar. And then he hits, if you remember, so if you missed it.
I remember. He broke the tail light, right?
I know, but some people avoid Dynamite like the plague. So just to set it up for them.
Go ahead.
Just to set it up very quickly, Jack Perry was kidnapped on Collision, okay, by Daniel Garcia and Matt Menard. And so they had footage that aired on Dynamite, and they were in some empty abandoned barn or warehouse somewhere.
Like Jack a Wyatt 6 location.
Yeah, and he's tied to a chair. It's like they're interrogating him. And he spits in Daniel Garcia's face. He goes and gets a crowbar and makes like he's going to hit him with it. And instead, he turns around and he hits, I think he may have taken out one of the headlights, and he like maybe barely dented the hood of the scapegoat bus.
Oh, man.
Well, that was basically Jack Perry's reaction. Like, that's it. And I'm sitting here going, yeah, that's it. And he fucking leaves. He walks away. And even Matt Menard's like, Danny, where are you going? And they left him tied to a chair. So at least somebody found him and rescued him and untied him from the chair. But it just made him look like such a fucking loser. And I don't know what was being accomplished by that. It just was like, this is their final bit of hype for this TNT title match. So it's not really a surprise. I really just wasn't interested coming into this. But it was the right move to make. I mean, they've been telegraphing this for a while. It was sort of like, all right, it's time to shit or get off the pot with Garcia. I suppose they could have, had Perry cheat to win and then do it at World's End. But what's the point? You may as well just get it over with now. I feel like this is probably the peak for him. I really do. I feel like this might be the ceiling. And I hope he makes the most of this run, because I just don't know that there's more in it for him beyond this. I mean, Daniel Garcia, AEW World Champion. Do you see that?
No, not even close.
No,
which is why I don't really understand the hype around Danny Garcia. It may just be a JD thing. I don't really see it. I mean, he comes out wearing a Restore the Feeling T-shirt. He looked like a created character out of WWE 2K24 Community Suites. That's what he looks like when he walks out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't come off to me as somebody that, the fans are into Will Osprey. The fans are into MJ. Like, there's certain guys, younger guys that they look at as big stars that are former world champions, future world champions. I would love to be wrong about this, but I just don't see it. I don't see it with him or Perry. I just don't see it. So this may be the ceiling. The match itself, it was fine, but just nothing terribly exciting.
AEW had the right opportunity to take a scene out of The Dark Knight where Batman interrogated Heath Ledger in the interrogation room, right? They could have did something like that,
You're comparing Daniel Garcia to Batman?
They want to make him to a superhero. Why not?
Hulking Batman?
Where is he?
He doesn't have the Batman voice. Yeah.
No.
No, it doesn't work. You're comparing Jack Perry to the Joker? I think I might be more offended by that.
I mean, he comes off like a fucking Joker-esque character, doesn't he? Or Raven character, right? He's not bothered by anything.
Nowhere near as smart as the Joker, though. I mean, what the Joker did to Batman in that scene where he completely fooled him, I mean, that was just a fucking work of art.
One of the best movies of all time.
It's my favorite movie of all time.
Moving on with this Full Gear discussion. Ricochet, Konosuke Takeshita. We already kind of briefly talked about that earlier, and I know I made a big stink about this on my end on Saturday night with Jesse. The whole reason why this match felt flat was not because of the actual work. Ricochet's an incredible worker, so is Takeshita. Crowd couldn't be bothered to give one single iota of a shit about this match, and it's because of the flow of the show, the formatting of the show, and the fact that AEW has so many similar styles before we get to a match like this later in the show. How many 630s did we see? How many fucking topes and dives and near falls and kickouts of finishers and pile drivers on steps being kicked out of? How many of those spots have we seen before we get to this, Jason? When we see Ricochet do something that we know Ricochet can do, we saw 10 times over in the Will Osprey Kyle Fletcher match. So it's like when we see this, it's like, what's so special about Ricochet? What is so special about what Ricochet and Takeshita are doing when we saw the same match just moments ago with Will Osprey and Kyle Fletcher? It's almost as that they were the product of terrible placement and bad booking here.
Well, I mean, dude, we saw it on the pre-show with Mortos and Buddy Matthews.
Yes, that too.
And them in the four-way.
Look at what Commander did in that match. Holy shit.
Yeah, he was great. Yeah, no, he had a great showing in that match. So it's like, I mean, you hit the nail on the head when you said that in WWE, the problem with Ricochet in WWE is he obviously wasn't happy and he wanted to be featured more prominently. He feels like he could be doing more than what they had him doing. In WWE, he stood out more because you don't have a lot of Ricochets. In AEW, you've got about 30 Ricochets.
Yeah.
And so when Ricochet finally comes out, fucking 3.5 hours into the show, and the crowd is already worn out and exhausted by what they've seen, we've already seen basically, Ricochet, half a dozen other times on this show. And there was nothing in this match that was kind of out of this world, different than what we'd already seen. So the placement did it no favors. It's why I would have opened the show with it. The match was good, but it wasn't anything blow away, which is kind of what I was hoping for with these two. Because I'm a fan of these two, especially Takeshita. So it's just one of those things where, okay, it was fine, but you expect more than fine from these two. And the placement did them no favors. And Ricochet's first singles defeat in AEW.
Yeah, I mean, well, now he's in the Classic, so we'll see hopefully how he rebounds from that. But what was in his theme music while he was in WWE? What was the open word? The one and only, right?
One and only.
That kind of rings true because he was original, and not many people did his style in WWE. And now, like I said it on Saturday with Jesse, there's like 1,000 fucking Ricochets in AEW. It's like, what makes him stand out?
Yeah, that's true though. It's very true. I mean, he's a very talented performer. He can do some, incredible things in the ring that most people can't do. But they have so many people who wrestle that same style, and now they brought in some of the luchadors. The CMLL guys, they just brought them back. You got Mystico and Hechicero.
Oh yeah, they'll be on Wednesday.
Yep. And so it's like, okay, what you got to do more to stand out because there's so many people who wrestle that same style. After a while, it just all sort of blends together.
Bobby Lashley and Swerve Strickland. This was I don't want to say a squash, but my God, this ended pretty quickly, or quicker than I had imagined. And Bobby Lashley got his first singles victory in AEW after his debut match, which I didn't really understand, against Cheeseburger and some other jobber on Wednesday night. I don't know why they just didn't save it for Saturday night, but Tony wanted. He got a little anxious to get Bobby Lashley in the ring.
Well, what he wanted to do was the post-match angle where Swerve got one over on Lashley. So Swerve was able to stand tall on Wednesday because he was going in here and losing on Saturday.
All right, they could have did a promo segment, but we didn't need Cheeseburger on the show.
Could have, but they wanted him to come out with the chain and do what he did, and then run off into the crowd. So I assume that's why they did what they did, and what they did here, I think, is exactly what they should have done. You want to give Bobby, you're not gonna beat Bobby Lashley at his first match.
No,
that's crazy. If anything, I think it was a little surprising that Swerve went out so quickly from the Hurt Lock. But the guy who went over is the guy who should have gone over, and the guy who I expected to go over. And I know that's not the end of it between them because he beat up Prince Nana when the match was over. So clearly this is going to continue, and they're going to have one more match, at least one more match.
Probably at World's End. Shelton Benjamin, he is in the Continental Classic, so that's a great decision. Me too. I like that move a lot. So if you guys want to see what Shelton's really made of, at his age, he's going to blow away a lot of people on this tournament. So with this match, Jason, where do you see Swerve going? I mean, like we mentioned this last week. Do you see him losing again to Bobby Lashley? Do you see him kind of succumbing to the fact that if you can't beat him, join him, but not really join officially the Hurt Business and maybe use them as allies to what he wants to get, which is the World Championship back? Where do you see this playing out?
I see playing out with Swerve getting his win back. You know, he's still a former AEW World Champion, and he's one of their big success stories. You know, a guy like Lashley, a guy who came over from WWE. In the case of Swerve, though, he never attained the kind of success that Lashley did. Lashley came in as a former world champion. So Swerve made his bones here really in AEW, and I think that it's important to not beat him again. I think that sends a bad message. So I think that he rebounds, and I expect that he would pick up the win the next time. Then they'll be tied up at 1 win apiece. You could leave it alone, or you could run it back and do a rubber match, but I think he's got to win that next match.
And in the main event, we got Jon Moxley defending the AEW World Championship, which we did not see on Saturday night. It was still in that miniature briefcase that was basically the size made specifically for the Rizzler. I don't think they fit a championship in that briefcase. I'm still confused about what that briefcase is.
Maybe they lost the belt.
Maybe.
They're in the middle of making a new one. They're too embarrassed to admit that they lost it.
Maybe.
So maybe they're making a brand new one. I don't know. It is a little small.
It is small. He defended the title against Orange Cassidy, who coming into this match pissed me off because there was he did two things that really pissed me off before getting into this match. One, last week on the Go Home show, while he's duct taped with his hands in his pockets, he's throwing gimmick kicks at Jon Moxley. That doesn't really entail what I want out of a future world champion. So
a show of defiance.
Give me a break. So he did the gimmick kicks, and then on this show. Before the show, he actually went on social media and said, I never wanted the world championship. Who the fuck says
message
that?
to send. Yeah.
Who says that?
Yeah. Orange Cassidy, apparently.
Okay. You don't want the world championship. Now you have to win the world championship. Okay. Whatever.
No. But see, this was not so much a battle for the world championship as much as it was, remember what they said on Wednesday?
Yeah.
As they went off the air. It's a battle to control all elite wrestling. And I asked the question, what does that mean?
What does that mean? Could you imagine if Orange Cassidy controlled AEW, what everybody would be saying?
I think you'd have a lot of people who would turn that TV off and they wouldn't tune back in because there's a lot of people who have a lot of irrational hate for Orange Cassidy.
He's a very good pro wrestler when he's asked to pro wrestle, yes.
I think he gets a lot of unnecessary hate because people don't like the gimmick and they don't like the gimmick kicks and the hands in the pockets. And so they shit on him and they don't give him credit for being actually a very good wrestler, which he can be. And we saw that. We saw that here in this match. So I think he gets a lot of unnecessary flack. Did this feel like a big Full Gear main event? It did not. But the thing with these two guys is they've worked 2 matches prior to this together. They actually came in tied up.
Which were very good matches, by the way.
The All Out match was their best match.
Yes.
And this match I probably would put maybe in the middle. But their all-out match last year was the best of their singles matches. So they work well together. And the crowd, again, to go back to the crowd in the second half of the show, very quiet. But when the moments came that you wanted them to be up, they were up. So you can't say they were totally dead for the entire main event because that's not true. They got up for the big moments, and they were having actually a very good match, I thought. I was not a fan of the finish. But I can understand they didn't just want to beat him clean. So we had Wheeler Yuta. I mean, we had different people coming out. The Conglomeration, your favorite faction, I know. They came out. Marina Shafir, Claudio, Pac, all of them. But it was Wheeler Yuta who cost Orange Cassidy the match.
In a hoodie, like we didn't know who he was.
Yes. Now he wrestled Orange Cassidy at the end of Dynamite last week. So, I mean, it made sense that he would come out and want to screw him over. But I'm sorry. I just cannot accept Wheeler Yuta factoring into the main event finish here on this pay-per-view. I just think that's completely... It might make sense for the story, but I'm sorry. That's just completely...
Garbage?
Ridiculous to me. Yes. Fucking garbage and completely ridiculous to me. So I was not a fan of the finish. But where I think we might disagree is the post-match.
Let's set it up. Let's set it up. There was interference from Yuta. Obviously, Moxley retained the title because Yuta delivered a Busaiku knee to Orange Cassidy, and that was it. After the match, the Death Riders attempted to poison Orange Cassidy with cleaning agent, and they poured it all over his face. It got in his nose, down his mouth, and it was one of those sights. I mean, it's not a plastic bag suffocating Bryan Danielson, but, I mean, they tried to go for that same effect, and it really didn't do much. But after that, Adam Page made the save. So Christian Cage all of a sudden comes out. He's got his title contract in that metal casing that he's been carrying around. So he tries to cash in his contract for the AEW World Championship.
Still hasn't signed it, by the way. So this is the thing with this. Like, apparently, he can't cash it in until it's signed. Is there some rule that says you can't sign the contract until the exact moment that you want to cash it in?
I don't know.
I'm very confused by why this contract, why he wouldn't already sign it.
I brought this up the last time we talked about this. This was weeks ago on my show with Jesse, and people were like, "Man, you just complain about everything." I'm like, "What? Sign the fucking paper, man, and then go cash it in. What are you signing it out there for?"
Right. Because they're talking about it like, oh, he's got to sign the contract. I'm like, well, why wouldn't he have signed the fucking thing 3 months ago? Why is he still running around? Like, is there some rule against him signing his name to the contract? Like, it belongs to him. He won it at Wembley.
I don't know, man. I'd be afraid of anybody in that locker room signing their name to it, and then they can't do anything about it. You know, I don't know. Adam Page, he took out Moxley. Christian Cage what's his name? Nigel says. He's out there, teases a cash in. Jay White then comes out and stops that from happening. And all the time while this is happening, the heels, the Death Riders, they are getting out of the arena, and they get into a situation in the parking lot where they try to get into their Jeep, and then all of a sudden we have another oncoming vehicle speeding at their Jeep or their pickup truck.
It's Camille. She's a terrible driver.
It might as well be. This car blasts the Death Riders vehicle, and then they confiscate keys to another rental in the VIP section, and they luckily grab the right keys. They get into this vehicle. They drive away. Darby Allin comes out of the vehicle that sped on and hit the Death Riders vehicle.
I just realized that's a good point. How did they know those keys
dude, I mentioned that. It was so quickly, man. Unless I don't know. It didn't look like the keys were tagged. I don't know. They got the right keys. Darby Allin comes out. He starts waving his skateboard around. He's yelling, "Get back over here. Let's finish this tonight." And then he jumps on the vehicle that he just rammed into the Death Riders vehicle. He's slipping all over the place. He looks like he got fucking banged up in the car. It was legitimately him, by the way. They didn't use any stuntman. It was actually Darby Allin driving the vehicle. And he's smashing the skateboard on the windshield of the vehicle, and the show goes off the air. So I said on social media, man, what a fucking clusterfuck, man. What the fuck did I watch? Well, so I know you have an explanation. I'm going to leave you the floor to set it up. I think a lot of people know where it's going, but man, I think the overall fucking chaotic nature of it is what kind of really threw people off.
Well, and that was the point. That was the entire point. And basically there was a lot of feedback to this. And even the feedback that I got when the show was over. Why is Hangman out there? Why is Jay White out there? Like, what's going on here? And this doesn't make any sense. And it's a cluster. And it was a whole big cluster. There was a lot going on, overbooking, whatever words you want to use. The one thing you can say that you didn't like the finish. What you can't say is that it didn't make any sense, because that's just not true. And it actually makes total sense. And the reason it makes sense is Hangman Page comes out and Christian Cage comes out. Now, if you watch Christian during the segment, you see him mouth to Hangman, "I'll give you the first shot." Right? You got the first shot.
Well, I want to stop you there. I saw that. We had a tag team match with them as partners a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Why is there all of a sudden this camaraderie between both of them? It's like, did they have any prior engagement or prior interaction before that tag team match? Why are they buddy-buddy now?
Not that we're aware of, but the thing is, the one thing that has not changed, just because Swerve Strickland is no longer the world champion, does not mean that Hangman Page is still not obsessed with wanting to be the AEW world champion.
Okay.
He wants to be the champion. Christian has a guaranteed title shot. Christian will do whatever it takes to make sure that he can win that championship. If that means he has to cozy up to someone, deranged and unhinged like Hangman, he'll buddy up to him if he thinks he can use him to take out Jon Moxley. So he promises him, look, you got the first shot. Okay, you got my word. And that's why Hangman, he let him have the contract, and he left. So obviously Christian's there. We know he can cash in at any time. Jay White then emerges, and he drops Christian. Now, some people were confused by that. Why is Jay White coming out? This doesn't make any sense. Well, first of all, Jay White beating Hangman twice should automatically put him in line for a world title shot. But this makes total sense because it goes back to the Owen Hart tournament. Christian cost Jay White his match against Hangman in the Owen Hart tournament. It was actually the same match where he broke his foot. So he got hurt in the match too. Then he lost 3 months of his career. But that was the finish of his match. Christian speared him and cost him that match. And Jay White never forgot it. That's why Jay White, since he's come back, he's targeted Hangman, and now he's targeting Christian for revenge. These are the guys who wronged him. So that makes total sense that he would screw Christian over in that moment. I promised you I was going to get my revenge. So that made sense. Then you take it out to the parking lot. Darby, like a madman, driving into the truck. Darby wants Moxley. Well, we already know that makes sense because they've already established this, right? He lost his title shot to Moxley. So there's already this history between them. Obviously, he wants his hands on Jon Moxley. So everything they did made sense story-wise. You may think that the way they did it, it was very chaotic. Yes, that was the point. They wanted chaos. The Death Riders are all about chaos, right? That's what they're supposed to be about. That, and also they wanted to do a finish, I think, that would leave you wanting to see what's going to happen on Dynamite. Imagine if this pay-per-view would have ended with fucking Wheeler Yuta running out to cost Orange Cassidy the championship. Jon Moxley wins, and then they go off the air. What a shitty finish that would have been to the show. Boy, that's really going to get people to tune in on Wednesday. So they were trying to set up something chaotic that would at least get people interested in tuning in to find out what the fuck is going to go on now on Dynamite. Like, again, why is Hangman involved and Jay White and all these people? So that's number one. Number two, what I liked about it, they have now set up minimum 3 people now to challenge for the championship. They all want the title, which is the way it should be. They should all want that AEW World Championship. They've now set themselves up for at least the next 90 days now, as far as people to challenge Jon Moxley for the title. Hangman Page is in the mix. He shouldn't get a shot before Jay White because Jay White just beat him. Jay White should probably be next in line. But you've got Hangman wants it. Christian's snooping around, right? Jay White should be next in line. Darby is still there. Darby's going to get his shot at some point. That's 4. That's like 4 guys right there. That will easily take you into the early part of next year, Revolution, right? Maybe even Dynasty. So I like the fact that they have set up the next several potential challengers for the championship. That's what they should be doing. They shouldn't leave you going, well, okay, he beat Orange Cassidy, now what? Is it just Darby? Well, now they've introduced 2 other names into the mix. You said before you're a big fan of Jay White.
Yeah.
You're a big fan of Hangman Page. So am I. I'm glad they're in the world title mix. That's where they should be. So I didn't understand some of the hate. I mean, I could understand people being a little confused at first. When I saw Hangman, I was like, wait, what's he doing out here? But what they did made sense. You can't say that it didn't make sense. We talk about story and the importance of story, and sometimes AEW, the focus is not on story as much as it should be, or the story sucks. In this case, though, the focus is on the story that they're trying to tell here. It wasn't just a chaotic finish for the sake of just doing a chaotic finish. You can't say that. It actually did make sense. So I like the finish.
Listen, the way that you set it up and described it to us, and the chat here is obviously some of the people are still confused by what you said because they think it's all over the place and chaotic. I thought Jason did a great job of telling us where we were and where we are now as far as the Owen and the fact that aspect of the story has come into play. Fine. My question to you is, and this is the only question I'll have on this because I think you pretty much laid everything out, the way it should be. Why didn't the commentary team describe any of this and go into detail why these things were happening? Why did they just kind of sit on their hands and just, Excalibur did nothing. Whoever else was there, fucking Nigel McGuinness, they did nothing to explain why these things were happening on TV. If Excalibur said, oh, Jay White is out, he's looking for revenge over Christian for what happened in the Owen. I mean, that would have been a nice, okay, that's the reason why. They left everybody guessing about what was going on. Why didn't the commentary team just go blank on Saturday night? They left us with nothing. That's why everybody thought it was so confusing.
That may have been part of what they were going for, to keep everybody guessing and wondering, wait, what's going on here? And then on TV this week, I would hope they would lay it out clearly. I don't know why. That was obviously a conscious decision that Tony Khan made, because Tony Khan should have been the one to be like, okay, when this happens, mention this, and when this happens, mention that. Obviously, he didn't do that. It's also entirely possible some of the announcers didn't have a fucking clue. And maybe they didn't remember some of this shit.
I'm going to go with that excuse, yes.
Yeah, you think Tony Schiavone remembers all this shit? Give me a break. So I can't speak to what Tony Khan's marching orders were or weren't. Maybe he didn't say a freaking thing to these guys. But again, I think they were going for that chaotic feeling, and they will hopefully on Wednesday, they will make it clear why these things happen. They will explain to you on television, which is what they should do, why this guy came out, why JY came out, and they'll lay it all out, because there are people who are going to be confused who maybe didn't watch the Owen, or they weren't paying attention to what was going on back then, and you'll have to hold their hand a little bit and explain it to them. I'm not going to shit all over them for not explaining every little thing in those 2 minutes at the very end of the show. It was all about just creating chaos in the moment, and then I think they'll hopefully do a better job of explaining things on Wednesday. If they don't explain it on Wednesday, then I mean that's just on them. That's just ridiculous. But to me, as a viewer who's aware of this stuff and has watched this stuff play out, I could at least look at it and go, okay, I get it. Like, I don't need you to hold my hand on every little thing here. Like, okay, that makes sense, and that makes sense. And obviously, Christian being out there, everybody knows why Christian is out there. You don't need to explain that to me. I get that. It really is just the Hangman and Jay White thing, right? I mean, Christian being out there, Darby wanting him. We already know, the answer to that. The Hangman and the Jay White thing, I would hope they explain it on TV tomorrow night.
We'll see what happens Wednesday night, tomorrow night, Dynamite from Chicago. I don't think they have 3,000 tickets out the door yet. If they do, it's barely. And the Continental Classic begins tomorrow night as well, which I love and Jason loves. This was the best TV that AEW put on all year last year. And we got the Blue League and the Gold League already announced. And we got a couple of matches tomorrow night. We're going to go over the leagues here. We got some, obviously we're going to talk about Ricky Starks, and then we got one piece of business from Grand Slam Australia, and then we'll get to your Super Chats. So this is the field announced for the Continental Classic. We got, in the Blue League, the champion, the Continental champion, Kazuchika Okada, Kyle Fletcher. We got TNT champion, Danny Garcia, which, I kind of suspected him to be in there, but I don't know how you feel about this, Jason. He just won the TNT championship. You want to establish that championship as, his, and he needs to do good with it and set the tone for it. Meanwhile, he's in a tournament where we know he's not going to win all of his matches. So as TNT champion, he's going to lose some of his matches in the tournament. That really doesn't make sense to me. Does that make sense to you?
No, you know what? The bigger issue I have here is that he declared himself the other night. He declared that he's going to be in the tournament. So how is it that he can declare and nobody else does?
I don't know.
It's the same issue I have with the Royal Rumble. Sometimes there are people who will declare themselves for the Royal Rumble. Well, then why doesn't everybody declare for the Royal Rumble?
I don't know.
You have the chance to go to the main event of WrestleMania and wrestle for the championship. It's very inconsistent. So, yeah, after he won the title the other night, he declared, and I said, that's a little weird. And I didn't hear anybody else declare. That to me is more of a head scratcher.
Yeah, so he's in there, TNT champion Danny Garcia. Mark Briscoe is in the Blue League. Shelton Benjamin was announced as well. That's a great move. And the Beast Mortos is in the Blue League. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, you know what? Beast Mortos, man. He's a good wrestler. So
he's a good wrestler.
We're going to have the Beast Mortos against Kazuchika Okada.
We are?
I'm actually looking forward to that match.
We're going to get the Beast Mortos versus Okada. Yeah.
Yes.
In this one league, again, I'm sorry, just again.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say we have Danny Garcia and Mark Briscoe in the Blue League. They also were in last year's tournament. One of my things was, and we'll get to the Gold League as well because we got some repeats in the Gold League. Are you bothered by the fact that we have 3 repeats from last year out of the field of 12?
Yeah, I mean, I wish we had, different names. I know why they're in there though, like Juice Robinson and Mark Briscoe. You need to have people who can lose. Mark Briscoe, I think, won one match in last year's tournament. He got 3 points. I think it was for beating Jay Lethal, who didn't beat anybody. So I suspect he'll play the same role this year. Juice Robinson probably the same way. He might get a couple of wins. So I get that. I get having to have at least a couple of names, maybe one in each league that can do the majority of the losing. Do I wish it was other people who were not in the tournament last year? Yes. But as far as why they're in it, I get it. I understand.
Yeah, there's 4 repeats from last year. Claudio was in last year's tournament, too. He's also in the Gold League. The Gold League is Will Osprey, Juice Robinson, Brody King, who's a repeat from last year, Ricochet, Claudio, who is, the funny thing is, Jesse asked me on Saturday night, who's the Trios champions? He didn't even know who the Trios champions were. He''s the Trios champion, Claudio.
Well, I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I sometimes have to stop myself, too, and ask, wait, who's the TBS champion? Who's this champion? Like, I get it. And when you have a lot of champions, you have a lot of people on that roster, and sometimes they're not featured all that often. I mean, when's the last time they defended the trios titles?
They won them at All In. Did they win them at All In? Or they won them at All In. Yeah. Pac had that moment. Yeah.
That's right. Have they defended them since then? I'm sure they must.
I think they have. Yeah, but I mean, they don't even carry them out anymore. They're not even shown with them. Well, and maybe they're in the brief. Maybe they're in the briefcase. I don't know.
Maybe all the belts are in that tiny briefcase.
Maybe.
Yeah, that'd be something.
Anyway, the Blue League and the Gold League, man, obviously there's some major names here. I think this is going to be a great tournament. Obviously, from the Blue League, we got Okada, who's probably going to have a...
let's talk about the Gold. Let's talk about the Gold League, though, because we're guaranteed to have another Will Osprey Ricochet match. I was surprised and disappointed, no Takeshita.
Yes. I
was hoping he would be in this, and the TNT champion is in it, but the international champion is not. I don't know if you feel the same way. I like Brody King, and we're actually going to get Brody King, I think, tomorrow night against Darby Allin, which is a match that we saw not that long ago. When did we see that match?
Wrestle
Dream. That was Wrestle Dream. So I like Brody King. I don't have an issue with him being in the tournament. My issue is that Buddy Matthews won that 4-way on the pre-show this past weekend.
And he got a nice reaction for it, too.
Got a great reaction in New Jersey. And so if you're only going to have, let's say, one member of the House of Black in this tournament, why wouldn't you have Buddy Matthews in there? He just won a 4-way.
I don't know. It's a good question.
That's the one thing that I think would make more sense than
he's the best. He's the best wrestler out of the 3. I don't know why he's not in the one tournament of the year where it's the best wrestlers of the year in the tournament.
And Brody King was in the Continental Classic last year.
Yeah.
So why not have Buddy Matthews in that spot if you won the 4-way? Well, maybe I'm making too much sense.
I don't know. It looks like it's going to come. I mean, Darby's a dark horse in this. I don't know why he's in this type of tournament when he's obviously going after Jon Moxley, but I don't book the show. Obviously, I could see Ricochet and Will Ospreay coming down to those two in the Gold League, and then Kyle Fletcher and Kazuchika Okada, honestly, in the Blue League. But I made a bold prediction, Jason, on Saturday. I said after we reviewed the Kyle Fletcher-Will Ospreay match, and you alluded to it earlier, if they are going to go all in for Kyle Fletcher to book him the way that they have been and continue that, I know a lot of people are looking at maybe Okada retaining the title in this, or Will Ospreay winning the championship, and the final being Okada and Ospreay, which is the easiest thing to fucking do and the most predictable thing to do. I'm going Kyle Fletcher to win the fucking Continental Classic. I'm going Kyle Fletcher to be the new Continental Champion. If they are serious, he wins this tournament.
Not only am I going Kyle Fletcher to win the tournament, I think he beats Will Ospreay again.
Good.
I have a Fletcher Ospreay final with him beating Will Ospreay for a second time.
Good.
That, to me, as much as him winning the tournament, him beating Will twice would really establish that they're serious about pushing him. And again, to what I said before, if Will Ospreay goes on to become a world champion in 2025, if Kyle Fletcher has 2 wins over him, he's got a built-in story and a built-in reason to go after the world champion next year.
Yep. We don't know. Listen, Okada is great. He hasn't really done much with the Continental Championship. His wife just gave birth as well. Who knows how much time he's going to need at home? I don't know. Tony's probably going to give him some time if he needs it. We don't. I mean, they're obviously.
Well, I assume that's why. Well, I assume that's why we haven't seen it.
Yeah.
He's probably had some paternity leave.
Yeah, and Kenny Omega's coming back, and that's going to be a built-in match there for him. That doesn't necessarily need the Continental Championship, so why not go Fletcher and Osprey and do that match at World's End for the championship, and Kyle Fletcher wins the championship. That's what I'm going with. I said it Saturday. I'm going to say it again. I think Kyle Fletcher needs to win this. If Tony Khan is serious about building new stars, which has been a criticism, a big one, of him and the company for not building new stars. They took this guy from a tag team from basically nothing to make him into the proto star and this new gimmick that right now is aligned with Don Callis. If you're not going to go all the way, then why are we here? If you're going to take him and follow the steps that you've given us, you go all the way with it. You don't go halfway. Mm-hmm. Kyle Fletcher needs to win this. That's simple.
Yeah, but again, I would have him beat Osprey specifically.
Yeah. So that's the Continental Championship and the Continental Classic that's happening on Wednesday. We get, I think tomorrow we're getting Darby and Brody, and I think we're getting one more. I'm not really sure who.
I want to say it's Shelton against Mark Briscoe. Is that the match?
Maybe, yeah.
I think it might be.
Yeah, and then Danny Garcia versus Shibata.
Oh, but you forgot. We have the Learning Tree.
Who? Why?
Well, he's defending the Ring of Honor World Championship against Tomohiro Ishii. How could you forget?
Oh, my God. This show's going to be a fucking...
How could you forget?
A doozy tomorrow. And we got the CMLL guys tomorrow night. Oh, man.
Well, didn't you say Daniel Garcia has an open challenge against the...
Shibata.
Shibata, right. Yeah. Okay. That's tomorrow. It's like a rampage, man. All right.
Whatever. I don't know. Moving on, man. We're going to close this thing out. Grand Slam. AEW's facing more ticket issues in Australia.
And then we'll talk about Ricky after this.
Yeah. Wrestling Observer reported on this. Brian Alvarez noted that AEW's facing another issue, finding a new venue for their Suncorp Stadium disaster. They were looking at holding it at the Brisbane Entertainment Centre, but AEW doesn't think they can fit it into the venue schedule due to other concerts. Alvarez says, I was told the issue now is that because they've waited this long, it's like the decent-sized venues. I guess they've got the Brisbane Entertainment Centre that has an 11,000-seat capacity, but they've got a Bryan Adams and a Billie Eilish concert, and the AEW show would have to be right in the middle of those two, and they don't think that's enough time to get in there, so most likely it would be at the Pat Rafter Arena or the Nissan Arena, which holds about 5,000 people, so that appears to be the most likely. Jason, I know this was a very adventurous decision by AEW to go into a country that doesn't really get AEW, or AEW is not really all that popular. But from 40,000 people to 5,000 people, I don't know how you don't look at that as anything but a failure.
Yeah, I don't know, what their mindset was on booking a building that big. Given what we're hearing now.
52,000 is the capacity for that stadium.
Apparently they're on ESPN. Yeah, but ESPN over there, I guess, it's not what ESPN is here. So their television exposure over there is not great. And so it was very ambitious for them to book a building that big. Now, I thought that going into a market like that for the first time, they would do reasonably well. I didn't know what the capacity was of the venue that they were booking, but if it's 50,000, I mean, okay, that's... We hear a lot about the UK scene and how hot the AEW product was going into that first All In, right? They were like hungry for an AEW show over there. But apparently, it's a very different story here in Australia, and it's a black eye. I mean, we'll see what they're able to do now. They're going to have to obviously book a different venue. It would be super embarrassing if they can't find one and they just can't run the show at all. But yeah, it's a struggle for them in this country right now as far as their attendance. Now, they put 10,000 people in the Prudential Center for Full Gear on Saturday, and you give them their props for that. That's a great crowd. The problem is the week to week doesn't look anything like that, and they're really struggling. So when they go to an international, venue somewhere, you would hope that they can at least, put a decent sized crowd together. And it just may have been a case where they just got a little too big for their own good, and they just had, a little too confident in their ability to fill the venue, which is embarrassing. And so running a 5,000 seat venue, if they could fill that and get 5,000 people, it could be loud and it could be a great atmosphere. But I mean, if they end up downgrading from 40 to 50,000 seats to 5,000, I mean, there's no good way to spin that. It's embarrassing.
Now, we don't even know if this is going to be a pay-per-view or not, so we don't know what type of capacity this show is going to be presented at.
Yeah, the talk was that maybe a Max special. I'm not even sure if Max has the ability yet to do live specials, but yeah, there was talk that it might not even be a pay-per-view. Yeah, it sounds like a mess. And there was somebody in the chat before, I didn't see who it was, who said they have tickets for Grand Slam. So I'm not sure now what happens as far as the people who bought tickets, if they'll be honored at a different venue. I don't know. It sounds like a bit of a mess. But there's not a lot of time between now and then. I mean, what is that? 3 months?
Yeah, February.
Yeah, it was supposed to be February 15th. So not a lot of time left. Big black eye for the company. And it makes you wonder now about Texas in July. You certainly would hope that for a big event like that, they're not going to have any issues. But I don't know. That's going to be tough.
Well, they think they're bigger than they really are, and they feel like there's nothing wrong with their product. But if they look within, they'll realize,
There's an expression, it's called go big or go home.
Yeah, well.
So they probably say go big or go home. It looks like they may be going home.
That's what they need to do. They need to reassess what they're doing before they start venturing out to countries that have not been privy to AEW content before, live anyway. I know they're on TV there, ESPN, but I thought it was an adventurous decision to start doing that regardless, and here we are, and now we're probably looking at 5,000 seats for this show, which was supposedly supposed to be 52,000 or somewhere in the vicinity of 52,000, and this was supposed to be their stadium tour, so it's not looking like a stadium show in Australia for Grand Slam. And we'll end with the star of the night here, Ricky Starks, or the star of today, Ricky Starks. He was interviewed by Chris Van Vliet, who always does a great job with these things, and this was a very sought-after interview, and a lot of questions surrounding Ricky Starks, why he's not been on TV, where is he, blah, blah, blah. Everybody knows that Ricky Starks is a wanted guy. Everybody wants to see him on TV. But Ricky Starks gave a little bit of an answer today with Chris, and I'll read you some of the quotes from the show. I don't have the entire thing. It's on his YouTube channel. It's about an hour and a half long. I urge you guys to go check it out. It's a great watch. Ricky Starks says not being used by AEW has been a mind fuck, but doesn't think he's being punished. So Chris asked him why he's not been on AEW TV in months. He says, I've been home. I've been healthy, never was injured. He did have a stinger, which he brought up. Got a stinger in that match against Top Flight in March. That was the tag team title tournament before the April pay-per-view. I got immediately checked out, and everything was fine, but I was just concerned at the time, so that happened, and then I was just home. That's kind of where it's been at. I've been home. It's kind of a mind fuck because I'm in my prime, and it sucks when you're on such a momentum, riding a wave, doing work, doing stuff, and then to just be at home for so long, you're kind of like, whoa, it kind of throws you off. He doesn't want to be home. I am not meant to be home. I'm meant to be out. I'm not meant to be a homebody in this current phase of my life. I'm not meant to just be chilling at home and not doing the thing that I've been busting my ass to do for the past 13 years. So obviously, the mindfuck aspect of it, I talked about it on my end. I know I mentioned it one time or another here with Jason, how the AEW talent, they don't have anybody to really complain to. Tony is going to do what Tony wants. Yeah, they're being paid nicely to sit at home, but nobody just wants to be paid. They're in the business to make money, and they're in the business to be, ahead and be a star and be on TV and continue to build that star. What does that do to the mental capacity of somebody like Ricky Starks, Jason, when he's sitting at home and he's 34 years old and everybody says all these glowing things about him and how he's got a great future and how everybody wants to see him on TV? And he doesn't know the fucking reason why his boss is not bringing him back to work on his television show when he's got a contract ready and willing to able to work. What does that do to somebody?
Well, I mean, it messes with your head. Here's my question. Where is the communication?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is an issue that goes back. I mean, we can go back to the Punk stuff and what happened and how that unraveled. It all goes back to communication. I feel like so many issues in this company that we hear about, whether it's people being upset about not being used or drama that plays out behind the scenes, it all goes back to a lack of communication from the top. You have somebody in Ricky Starks who was a featured performer on the show. He was a champion on the show. and a popular guy, a fan favorite guy. And he has no idea why he has been sidelined for almost a year. He's been sitting at home for the majority of the year. This is not some scrub that nobody knew. It would be the equivalent of WWE benching, one of their upper mid-carders who was a featured part of Raw or SmackDown and just not using them. And they just sit home and collect a paycheck and have no idea why. They're healthy. They're not hurt. But they haven't heard from Paul Levesque or Nick Khan.
On a lesser extent, Giovanni Vinci. Where the fuck is he? When nobody knows.
He's there. Did you see him on Friday?
He was there. He was there. Yeah.
He was there. He's just hanging out in the back. He's chilling. Don't get me started on him. At least he goes to work. Right?
Yeah.
Ricky Starks is sitting at home, like you said, 34 years old. So not like super old, but he's at that age where these are like his prime earning years. This is where he needs to be making a name for himself and should be out there doing stuff and upping his profile and upping his his worth. And it's got to be incredibly frustrating for him to be sitting on his ass feeling like I'm making all this money, whatever they're paying him. And maybe he feels like he's not earning it. He doesn't strike me as somebody who's lazy, who just wants to sit around and collect a paycheck. He wants to go out and work for it. But he hasn't heard from his boss. How does Tony Khan, even if it's through a surrogate, not communicate to him why he's not being used?
Isn't Christopher Daniels head of talent relations? Where the fuck is he at?
Christopher Daniels, Tony Schiavone has, I think, some sort of role like that behind the scenes, right? There's a lot of people who work underneath Tony Khan. If Tony doesn't want to talk to him directly, who could pick up a fucking phone and text him or call him and communicate to this guy what's going on. At least just be honest. So instead, it's like the way he makes it sound, it's like he's being ghosted in effect. I don't know if he's reached out to Tony. Maybe he hasn't reached out himself. Like maybe he needs to be proactive and say, hey, okay, I'm going to reach out myself and try to get a fucking answer here. Communication goes both ways, but it's just absurd to me. Like, how do you run a company like this where you have a talent like Ricky Starks? And this is not the first time we've heard this before. And he has no idea why he's not being used. He gets this question all the time.
He got it at the scrum on Saturday. Did you see a scrum?
Oh, I saw. He gave a non-answer.
Well, his facial reaction changed when Ricky Stark's name was brought up, and then the interviewer or the media guy asked about Kenny Omega in the same question, and he got all light up. His face lit up. He's like, oh, here's an out for that question. Let me talk about Kenny Omega and ignore Ricky Starks.
Yeah, well, maybe they'll forget that they asked me about Ricky Starks, and I'll just talk about Kenny instead, like we're all a bunch of fucking morons. I mean, it's absurd to me. It really, at the end of the day, it boils down to communication. Why is there this just weird disconnect here between boss and employee? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And so now we also get the news, I think from Fightful, that they rolled over his contract for another year. So, his deal was supposed to be up, I guess, earlier in the year. And they had an option on him, I guess, and he wanted to explore free agency. That was his intent. It reminds me a lot of the Josh Alexander thing in TNA now, where he was hoping to explore free agency at the beginning of this year. They rolled him over for another year. And now his contract is about to come due, and he may finally bounce from there and end up somewhere else. But they rolled him over. This was after Ricky, I think, had already wrestled whatever the last match was in March, I think he said.
Yeah.
They rolled him over. So think about that. That makes it so much worse. Because if that's true, they rolled him over.
And he didn't ask for it.
Which he didn't ask for. He wanted to test the free agent waters. They rolled him over knowing they were not going to use him. They rolled him over knowing they're just going to bench him and keep him. Let's just keep him on ice for another year. That's cold. And that's spiteful is what that is.
That's fucking ridiculous.
That's fucking ridiculous.
We don't know. I mean, he was injured in the time that he had been contracted to AEW before the rollover. I don't know how long. Was it 12 months that accumulated that they just added on top of his contract and rolled it over without asking him? We don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if it was injury time or what their rationale was. We have no idea. I'm just going by the report that was posted earlier. But just time-wise, if you think about that, again, without, not that they need his permission to do it, but clearly he wanted to at least see what level of interest there would be out there. And they just rolled him over, but no intention of using him. That's the thing. It'd be one thing if they said, okay, we're going to use him. Even if we just, whatever feud he's in, he's going to do the job, right? But they're not using him. They have Ricky Starks who could be on their show, even if Tony Khan in his mind thinks he knows that this guy's out, right? And how would he know, right? You think Ricky Starks has told Tony Khan, hey, I'm leaving? Let's say Tony Khan assumes he's going to leave. I'm just not going to use him.
So you're not taking this guy at face value, giving him the benefit of the doubt, using his word. You're just going to assume he's out. He's going to WWE. I'm not going to use.
What other explanation could there be? What other explanation could there be?
Bro, he's a coward. Right. Tony's a coward. That's what he doesn't want confrontation.
We're having a conversation, you and me, right now. Do we know? We don't know. Okay, so we're just going based off what we do know. But we can't get inside Tony Khan's head. But just look at the facts and what we know. Okay? Knowing what we know, what other explanation could there be other than Tony Khan wants to stop him from going to WWE? He assumes he's as good as gone. He's going to go there, and he wants to just maybe more so to fuck over WWE and keep him away from there than fuck over Ricky Starks as if it's something personal. Maybe it's not anything personal, but you're affecting this guy's career and you're not doing anything with him. He's wasting away for nothing. You rolled him over for nothing, for spite. Well, that's what it looks like.
Well, Ricky did say he could speculate, but doesn't really know why he's not being used, and he won't throw out a reason because it does the situation no good. So, like you said, Jason, what's the reason? You mentioned spite and Tony being petty. There was instances where fans are kind of latching on to. One of those instances was he was shown on security footage at the Royal Rumble watching Cody Rhodes win the Royal Rumble back in January. I mean, is that part of the reason? Probably not, but it could be. Who knows how petty Tony Khan is? Was it being at WrestleMania in the Skybox watching Cody win the World Championship at WrestleMania 40?
Okay, but do you know who else was in the Skybox?
Cody's brother.
Yes. No, yes. But I think there was more than him. I think there was other AEW talent there too. But I know Dustin for sure was there. It's not like he was the only one. So, I mean, I hear these same things.
See, he was also very praiseworthy of CM Punk, and that could also be, I know you shot that down last when I mentioned that situation with Danhausen. Who knows what Tony's thinking? It could be, but is it Tony knowing that he's going to WWE and he's just going to ice him for a year and a half? I mean, that's probably the reason. That's
my theory. That's my theory. That's exactly what I think it is.
But why are you paying him? Why are you paying him then? That's the most mind-boggling thing of all. Not the mental health. The fact that Ricky Starks said we have people from NXT backstage. What difference does it make if I'm watching my friend with this guy's brother at a WrestleMania Skybox, watching him in the biggest match of his career? What difference does it make? But why are you paying someone like that to not use them? The frivolous waste of money that it is. He's probably making a decent amount of money to sit home. Why are you wasting money like that?
Yeah. Well, evidently he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind spending the money. I guess to him it's worth it just to keep him away from WWE. Why else? Why else would he pay this man to sit at home and not come to work? I mean, we've talked about people like Miro. Now, Miro, honestly, I still don't quite understand that whole situation, and I think that there's blame to go around there. And there's always been stories about creative being shot down, and so.
But Ricky also said that people said I don't take creative. He said in the interview it has nothing to do with creative. I didn't turn down any creative.
He addressed it. So he addressed it because the same stories have been told about Ricky Starks, and at least according to Ricky, he claimed that's not true. That nothing, because there was a story going around that there was a split that was pitched with him and Big Bill. And I think it might have been with maybe Ricky going heel. I don't remember all the details. And that supposedly he turned it down. According to Ricky, that's not true. He hasn't turned down creative. And I take him at his word because I really think that if they wanted him to come back to work, he would come back to work. He would love to be back on TV. There's got to be a reason. Nothing else makes sense. Nothing makes sense. And you're not going to get an answer out of Tony because you ask him a question, he's not going to answer it.
No.
And then you talk to the talent, and Ricky is being very diplomatic in that interview with Chris. He's being a total pro, right? I don't want to speculate, right? There's a lot. He could have gone off if he wanted to, and he didn't. He kept it very professional. But that doesn't mean that the fans can't speculate. And he's got a lot of people out there who are big fans of his work, and you and I are fans of his work, and it just, nothing else makes sense. Other than spite and pettiness. That's the only thing that makes sense in this situation.
I said it on social media. I find it to be very mind-boggling that Ricky's been there from basically the beginning stages of the company, And he's got the look, he's got the ability, he's got the promo to be a star. And instead of molding him and building him into the star we all know he is, the company is treating him like a fucking toy. Like Tony's like taking his toy, throwing it away because he's got new toys to play with. He's sitting home. He's paying this man to make money to sit home. Tony is insecure. He's fucking clueless at what's going on here. He doesn't know how to book anybody on the fucking show. Never mind Ricky Starks. He can't get what he wants. Then he takes it out on the talent, and it devolves into fans speculating, like Jason said, and then it causes mental health problems for the talent in question because all they do is wonder what they did wrong. So Ricky is going to WWE. I think we all know that. He's not going to blatantly come out and say that, but we all know he's going to end up there.
Well, that's what we think. I mean, that's what we think.
Yeah,
And
the greatest revenge, I was going to say, the greatest revenge for Ricky Starks at this point is to fucking wait it out. If Tony don't want to use him, wait till your contract comes up, go to the E, and then show everybody what you're really made of and fucking stick it to Tony Khan. It's basically what you got to do.
It's like the Ray Phoenix thing.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Ray Phoenix is in the same boat right now. And so he's going to wait it out. Tony's not using him either. When was the last time we saw Ray Phoenix on TV?
Couldn't tell you.
I mean, Ray Phoenix may be under contract for another year. No indication that Tony Khan is going to do anything with him. Right? We haven't heard.
Penta's up in 2 weeks, by the way.
So, I mean, again, Ricky is hardly the only one to be in this situation, but he genuinely just doesn't seem to know. I'm sure, again, he has his theory, but he doesn't know. And that was, to me, that was the biggest thing. Like, the lack of communication is just mind-boggling to me. How you run a company like that.
Does Tony know that there's a lack of communication, or is he actively avoiding the communication?
No, well, yes, he knows. Of course he knows.
Does he?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck he knows and he doesn't know, man. He just comes off as like,
and it's intentional. It's intentional. Of course he knows. He's not a stupid person. I mean, you could say whatever you want about him, but you know, you may think this is a case of spite or whatever. He's not stupid. And at the end of the day, it all starts and ends at the top. That's it.
Ricky, before we get to the Super Chats, Ricky actually said something along the lines of someone came up to him and said, "Oh, man, you're really going to the Royal Rumble?" And Ricky said, "Yeah, what's the problem?" He's like, and then this guy, whoever it is, this unnamed, anonymous superstar backstage, that's going to be a problem. It's going to be a conflict of interest. I don't think that's going to be a good look on us. Now, people are speculating on who that was, but I said to myself, I was legitimately in the shower before we got fucking to the show tonight. I'm thinking to myself, what am I going to talk about when we get to TNT tonight? I'm thinking, when something like that is said, Jason, I feel like something like that has to come from the top, and whoever's mingling around the top executives in the company, that's going to kind of trickle down the ladder. So I felt like it's somebody who's got to be close to the top to say something so stupid like that, because then Ricky Starks has deaded that conversation and said, we have NXT talent backstage all the time. What difference does it make if I'm going to the fucking Royal Rumble? I can't help if someone took security footage and then leaked it online. What the fuck do you want me to do about it? Can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was clearly done, I think, just to try to get him in trouble. I don't blame him, for that. And I think in the same interview with Chris, I mean, he mentioned that I think he had mentioned in advance. I think he either asked for permission, I think about Mania this year, and was told that it would be fine. But then he realized after the fact, okay, maybe what I was told wasn't true. He may have asked Tony. Again, I don't remember the exact quote from the interview. And then after the fact, he realized, okay, maybe that wasn't the case. But again, it's not like he was doing anything nefarious or anything like that. If anything was outright stated to him, like, look, if you had Tony, let's say, or somebody in upper management who went to him and said, look, you really shouldn't be doing this. We don't want you doing it. Then he probably wouldn't have done it. But again, the lack of communication.
Yeah.
Did Ricky go to, one of these people and outright ask them, or did they go to him and say, you know what, we'd rather you not do? I said this about the Punk stuff, and I stand by this. Communication would solve 95% of these fucking problems.
Yep.
And I feel like sometimes people are just too scared or intimidated, or they don't want to kind of cause drama, which is kind of funny because in the end, that's all that we end up with is drama out of all this shit. But nobody talks to anybody. Nobody talks to anybody. It's very vague. Oh, I don't know. Am I going to get in trouble for this, or am I not going to get in trouble? Can I do this? Can I not do this? Boy, it would be nice if you had one person at the top of the food chain who you could go to ask these questions to and get a declarative answer. Otherwise, you end up with bullshit like this. It's all just childish, petty nonsense. I don't understand how things are run this way. It just, on the outside looking in, when I hear stuff like this, it's absolutely maddening because it doesn't need to be this way. I feel bad for the guy. He's on ice now for a while. And I'm sure that at the end of that year, you know what? He's going to go where he's going to go. And I think he's going to do well. But it sucks because in the meantime, he's doing nothing. And he wants to be in the game and he's got to be on the outside looking in. And that sucks. And it shouldn't be like that.
Well, he's trying to be in the game, especially on the indies. They pulled him from both GCW shows that he was a part of. And we speculated during the sound check before tonight's show about why. And the interview with Chris and what was said in the interview with Chris. And then we get that news and we were kind of like, did they pull him because of what he said in this podcast interview with Chris Van Vliet? Then we find out the reason why Ricky Starks was pulled from these shows is because AEW had taken exception to GCW talent, Brett Lauderdale, who runs the company, and Effie, bringing up Shad Khan on a recent podcast in regards to AEW running Hammerstein Ballroom because their ticket sales are not where they should be for them, where they think they should be. And Shad effectively paying Tony Khan to stay away. After that, AEW was not interested in having Ricky Starks work for GCW, so they pulled him from those shows. But Ricky Starks is able to work other indies, just not GCW right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea maybe was that, Shad is paying to keep Tony away from the Jaguars or something like that. And look, when you bring family into it and you make comments like that, you know what? It's going to sometimes blow up in your face. And I think that they're finding that out right now. So that was not a very smart thing for him to do. But, again, Lauderdale was out there this week and he was, complaining about the fact that, well, it might not have been nice for AEW to go and book the Hammerstein Ballroom within a month of us having already booked the venue, and that could hurt us. And but obviously what it sounds like really got to them, or got to Tony, was the mention of his dad. And so Ricky is off those GCW shows now.
Well, they fucked up. They shot themselves in the foot. Maybe they need to hand out more comp tickets to fill the Hammerstein Ballroom. I don't know. Guys, thank you so very much for all your support, man. What a tremendous show. We had upwards towards 2,900 people here tonight, and we still have at least 28 plus. We blew past the 750 likes is the goal. We got over 1,000, and super chats, they're still coming on in, so Jason and I appreciate you guys very much. Follow us on social media. Follow us on YouTube. Everything you need is linked down below. And let's start at the top here with Ali. Hey, JD, let's say Damian Priest and Finn Balor have one more match. Do you see Finn Balor as the Demon or just his regular self? With a $5 super chat. I could see the Demon coming back for one more match. Not really a big fan, but I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, after what happened with the Demon a few years ago with Roman Reigns, it just hasn't had the same.
No.
It doesn't feel the same to me anymore.
You didn't like him convulsing with the beat of his theme music? The heartbeat of his theme music?
I didn't like him slipping off the top rope and falling on his face. That pretty much killed the dead for me.
Have we ever found out who did that?
Beats me.
Like the fucking the mystery of fucking Hideo Watami and who attacked him in the parking lot. We don't have an answer to that yet.
Yeah. Yep.
Scorpio with a $5 super chat. Damn, it sucks that Jade Cargill is legitimately injured. Wishing her a speedy recovery. Also, Jamie Hayter should go to WWE. Excalibur also sucks. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I did. You mentioned the way he does his commentary last week, and I was paying attention to the pay-per-view on Saturday, and he did it a few times. I'm like, this motherfucker, I'm gonna be looking for it every time now.
Oh yeah, you thought I mean, look, there's a reason why I do that impression. Yeah, and you mentioned before we had a lot of them on that pay-per-view. We had pile driver after pile driver after pile driver, and so now you can't unhear it now.
No. Sidro with a $10 super chat. How is a push-up bra like a bag of chips? As soon as you open it up, you realize it's half empty. Also, what's the difference between a tire and 365 used condoms? One's a good year, other is a great year.
Very true.
Yes. Thank you, Sidro. We're happy that you're joking with us from bed.
That must mean he's feeling better.
Yeah.
He's being funny.
Cake with a $2 super chat. Effie got Ricky Starks pulled from GCW, laughing my fucking ass off. Yeah. Or maybe he shouldn't open his fucking mouth. You know who's got Ricky Starks? House of Glory does. Chicago. January 18th. M and
17th.
17th. Sorry. Saturday.
Terrible.
No, and it's a Friday, not a Saturday.
Friday. Look at you. You don't even know what day of the week.
You know, I'm getting out of here. I'll see you guys later. M and Roddy with a $4.99. If Rhodes and Orton were to be a WrestleMania 41 match, would you have Orton win the Royal Rumble or Elimination Chamber so he could turn heel, at least initially? Or so he wouldn't need to turn heel initially, is what he said. I'm going Orton or Cena to win the Royal Rumble.
Well, I mean, look, if Kevin Owens wins the championship, it's Saturday night's main event. You could have Randy Orton win the Royal Rumble and then somehow find a way to work Cody Rhodes into the match and do a triple threat. I mean, that's another option.
Sidro with a $5 super chat. What kind of doctor is Dr. Pepper? He's a physician. Oh, man, that was a good one. Also, found $20 in the parking lot and thought to myself, what would Jesus do? So I turned it into wine. I like the physician one better, Sidra. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Chaotic with a $4.99. Does Tony Khan remember -1? Brody Lee Jr. has a future AEW contract. He better keep that company afloat for his future's sake. Sure. Brody Lee Jr. has been at more WWE events than he has AEW events lately.
Well, I mean, he was in the crowd at WrestleMania last year for Cody's match, and then he was there again this year.
Yeah.
Well, Cody's been very good.
Scott Woodford with 21 months. Hello, I ordered the Punk belt getting. I hope you have a great Thanksgiving. Scott, thank you very much, man. And good on you, man. I think that was a limited edition of like 1,000, and I'm sure they weren't cheap, but that was a great looking title.
Yeah, Scott's good. He's part of our community, and Scott's good people.
Nate with a $10 super chat. I'm in Australia, and front row is $300. Other events I've been to in the same stadium, floor seats are normally $500-$600. Plus, AEW was wanting to run the show in QLD. Not that bad, but it's in the middle of summer. I thought they were more expensive than that, no? I don't know. I thought they were going for more than like $300 front row.
Well, maybe originally they were, but you gotta try to bring people in. Sometimes you gotta bring the prices down.
Mad Mike with a $4.99. Do you guys think we'll see Keith Lee and other former WWE stars from AEW return at the Royal Rumble? Not to my knowledge, Mike. Keith Lee, I think, is still under contract with AEW, and plus he's been out with whatever he's battling. So I'm sure that that contract time will be added on top of whatever he's got going on right now.
I still say Joe Hendry.
Yes.
Watch for Joe Hendry.
Terry's Odyssey with a 20, no message. Thank you, Terry's. Corey Williams with 27 months. I definitely want to see Xavier Woods get a heel run and then become the Intercontinental Champion somewhere down the line. That's a good possibility, maybe. I'd like to see him get a heel run too. Jason thinks that Kofi might play a good heel, so we'll see.
I think that would be interesting.
Sidro, $5 super chat. He says, what we just talked about. GCW pulled Ricky Starks from, or AEW rather, pulled Ricky Starks from GCW. Wow, thanks guys. Feeling better. Feel better, brother. We got Dynamite tomorrow night. Riley with a $4.99. Worked Wrestling reported October 11th that the heel tease could culminate in Big E's return and reuniting the group if he's cleared. I don't know who worked Wrestling. Who is that?
Yeah, I have no. It's probably some random Twitter account. I have no idea who that is.
Please be careful of where you get your news, guys. Worked Wrestling is probably not a credible source, but Big E is going to be on Monday. If he's cleared or not, he could be, but they kept it a secret if that is the case. D Bastardo with a $5 super chat. What's up, JD? Shout out to Sidro. AEW's energy is so low, reminds me of my ex during sex. She was so quiet, I didn't know if I should wake her up. Okay. Well, with too much information there, buddy. But
yeah, it's kind of personal, but okay. I know more about you now than I did 5 minutes ago.
Hope you're well, man. MJ914 of the 199. Hashtag free stocks. TK learned from Vince. Hashtag Tony Fraud.
You know, it is amazing the more we hear about stories like this, how very Vince-like
yes
he is becoming. Just based on, what we know from these stories. And that's not a good thing.
Francis Loop with a 25 in Super Chat. He says, did you see the movie about the giant shark called The Meg? Hikaru Shida was the main female character, and she looked beautiful, plain Jane. That's how I'm going to have her look on Ring of Honor Collision. I never saw The Meg. I mean, they actually replay it sometimes, I think, on the Turner channels. Yeah. But I never saw it. Yeah, I unfortunately watched, and I was regretting my decision. No. Yeah, it was terrible.
It's not Jaws?
No.
Like a modern day Jaws?
Francis Lube also says, that Australian Grand Slam show a pay-per-view or Dynamite? Well, we don't really know yet. It was supposed to be a pay-per-view, but I'm assuming they'll let us know very soon. And Brody King again, but no Malachi or Buddy. Okada versus Osprey in the finals. Possibility. I'm going Fletcher, Osprey. Francis also says, why the TNT champion in the Continental Classic unless the story will give Danny Garcia's next challenger when he takes losses? I hope that's the case, but coming out of last year where they had all these stories coming out of the tournament and they didn't follow up on any of them, I'm not really giving them the benefit of the doubt there.
Well, I mean, look, they've done this with the IWGP champion and the G1. I mean, it's not really that uncommon. And then, if you beat the champion, there could be a feud that comes out of it. So, we'll see if that's the way they play it. I think that wouldn't be such a bad thing.
Christian Cage, Adam Page, Jay White after Moxley. That gives you the Patriarchy and Bang Bang Gang possibility feuding with the Death Riders. Hey, it's better than the Dork Order and Top Flight. So, can't complain about that if that's the case. Francis, thank you, brother. Joker's Voice with a 5. Why overlook Io? Io versus Bianca and Tiffany versus Charlotte at WrestleMania 41. Rhea versus Liv finally blow off the feud. Hail JD and Solomonster and hail off the script. Joker's Voice, I do not want to see Rhea and Liv at WrestleMania. I don't. I think that's way overkill. I'm going with Jason. I think Rhea and Bianca is a solid choice for a championship match. Mm-hmm. Hidden Network with a super chat. He says, sending some love to the two kings of the IWC. I've canceled all my plans for Saturday night because I'm excited for Survivor Series. You and me, you and us too, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Francis with a 5. The Death Riders will need to recruit more members, a la Big Bill, FTR, and Preston Vance. And I have 3 specific creative reasons why I chose them. I don't like any of the reasons, and I haven't even heard them, Francis. No, thank you. Best in the World, Matt with a 12. Ricky Starks was one of my favorite wrestlers in NWA pre-pandemic. It's a damn shame that Tiny Khan has, what Tiny Khan has done to him. I will be waiting for the day that everyone will know that Stroke Daddy is king. And it says Heyman's second phone was for CM Punk, not The Rock. Well, we don't really know that.
That's your theory.
I'm assuming that segment is going to need a lot of explanation on Friday. Michelle with a 2. Do you think the OG Bloodline breaks up after Survivor Series? No. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, there's still more to be done.
Yeah.
With that group.
MJ with a 199. TK is running a clown school based on his actions. Well, and when there's no communication, everything else falls apart. It's like a relationship or you working for somebody in regular 9-to-5 job. There's no communication.
Well, I mean, it just sounds like a toxic relationship to me.
Yeah. Caden Crawford with a 2 months. 2 months with the OTS family. Love you guys. Roxanne is best champion in WWE. Live who? Hashtag Tony Clown is a bitch. And hashtag free Ricky. Yeah, we love Roxanne. Sidro with a 2. Punk versus Gunther or Goldberg versus Gunther at Saturday night's main event. I don't know. Do you see Punk versus Gunther at Saturday night's main event?
No. I mean, that's just... That seems like if they're going to do it, I could see that being like a Netflix Raw match or a Royal Rumble match. And again, you mentioned Goldberg. I mean, Goldberg, I think Goldberg and Breakker is the play.
I like it. Gold Standard with a 20. Did the success of NXT Black and Gold more so than Vince McMahon's bad booking creative AEW? Did the success of NXT Black and Gold more so than Vince McMahon's bad booking creative AEW?
No, I mean, there was a void because the product at one point was so awful. And I think Tony Khan recognized the fact that, hey, we need an alternative. There's a hunger there. And that had a lot to do also with why AEW was created, and I think why there was a lot of enthusiasm for it at the beginning. I don't think it had to do with black and gold. It had to do with, hey, if you don't like what you're seeing there, come on over here. And I think one of the worst things that ever happened to this company outside of the Punk stuff, the way that went down, is Vince McMahon leaving and WWE getting hot.
And nobody saw that coming so soon. So everybody got thrown off by it.
Nobody saw it coming, and they slowly lost that tag as being the alternative. I think that really hurt them.
Apex with a 199. Wow, Eric Bischoff on NXT. Back for good? Really?
Yeah, I mean, apparently he's another one who's being promoted for next week's show. I don't know why, but apparently he's
I'm not falling for that again. We're going to be right here next Tuesday. We're not watching NXT. Fuck that. Gold Standard with a 5. This might be a hot take, but Pockets being in the main event at Full Gear and not losing in a squash match to Moxley made TK look more marky.
No, I mean, Orange Cassidy's been pushed pretty hard this entire time. I mean, you don't have to like him, but he is one of the bigger names on the roster, so to squash him wouldn't have made any sense.
Hollywood Guy with a 5. JD or Solo, do you think, or do you see rather, Punk getting injured in WarGames, or are they going to protect him when LA Knight beats Nakamura? Will Montez beat LA next opponent? I don't see Punk getting injured. I think if he lasted Hell in a Cell, he'll be fine here. And Montez versus LA Knight? No. I don't think so.
No.
Tornario, $5 super chat. Tiffany Stratton in the U.S. title tournament. Yeah. I don't think she's going to win her match. Lab Baby with a $5 super chat. The three fingers was Rock's 3 count he used to do back in the day. Basically said Roman and Cody are his next targets, nothing more. Well, you speak like you are The Rock's fucking assistant. How do we know?
Maybe it was Brian Goretz, maybe.
Maybe. Mr. Team Bringer with a 199. I have Sammy betraying the bloodline for Kevin Owens. No. Sammy's not going heel. If anything, KO comes after Sammy.
That is a loose end that needs to be tied up.
Yeah.
Why he doesn't have an issue with Cody, but he doesn't have an issue with his best friend teaming with Roman.
Basic with a 499. Thank you, Solo. Now I can unsee the Becky. Now I can't unsee the Becky jig. Who thought that was a good idea? I don't know. Who was Dusty Rhodes? Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that was her idea. I don't know whose idea it was, but thank God it was abandoned quickly.
Mr. Team Bringer with a 199. Solo, what was your first gig in the business? Your first gig in the business?
My first gig?
Yeah.
In the business? It would have been with House of Glory 6 years ago.
There you go.
That was my first gig with Hog, and here we are 6 years later. Now I'm the commissioner.
I needed a color guy, and I asked, you want to join me? And then he came in, he did it, he never left.
That's right. I just stuck around like a fungus. Can't get rid of me.
And now he's the commissioner. He's got a higher position than I do.
I'm his boss now.
Yeah,
look at that.
Look at that. See how things work
the
out?
corporate ladder. That's how it works.
Hollywood Guy with a $2 super chat. The Con Man versus JD Graham. Hell in a Cell. Book it. Sure. Tony McCann. What's up, man? $4.99. I went to Costco for a chicken bake and a chocolate chunk cookie, pal. Hashtag boom. I'm gonna go to Costco. There's a Costco on Long Island. I'm gonna go buy myself a double chocolate chunk cookie. I got to see what these things are about.
I said it was a good thing that Big Boom AJ shops at Costco because they sell these great compression foot sleeves that he can use for his broken foot.
Yeah,
so he can just get them at Costco with cookies.
Carlos, $1.99. Jason, could we make JD Graham versus Big Boom AJ happen? Yeah, be the booker.
I'd love to make it happen. It's just, this guy has to undergo training first. I can't allow him in the ring if he's not trained.
Michelle with a 2. Which is worse, Learning Tree or Mox's takeover? Learning Tree by 1,000.
Learning Tree.
Packing Heat with a 10. I can see Seth costing the OG Bloodline in turn. Causes issues between Roman and Punk and Seth. Whenever we get Punk, Roman, or Seth, Roman, we can look back at WarGames. Do you see Seth Rollins interfering or getting involved with the WarGames match?
I could see him being involved in some way. And if nothing else, it could just be maybe, going after Bronson Reed. Maybe he inadvertently cost them the match, the OGs. But I don't see him intentionally going in there with the idea that, hey, I'm gonna fuck over the OG bloodline. I don't think he would do that to Sammy and the Usos.
Ali with a 5. Tell me why, when I was at work this morning, they were playing Orange Cassidy's theme song. I guess it's a popular tune. I don't know. It's actually purchased the rights. Tony did to that song. It's a real song. I don't know who's the artist, but it's a real song. It's not like a Mikey Ruckus theme or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I still prefer Jane.
Yeah. Arabian Night with a $6.99. Love a heel Bianca Montez pairing on TV, both as U.S. champs in 2025. Montez has all the tools to be a megastar. I hope it happens, or he could leave. They ain't going anywhere. But
he's one of those WWE guys that's working with Paradigm now.
Yeah.
So he's got movies he's probably going to be making. He's not going anywhere.
Paul Van Tassel with 47 months. Thank you, Paul. Hey guys, I want to say have a good Thanksgiving weekend with your family. You as well, brother. Juan Castle with a 199. Not wrestling related. Dodgers just got Blake Snell. Of course they did. What more do they need? They just fucking won the World Series with this team now. Do they need more? Can we get a salary cap? Can we get a salary cap back in baseball?
They'll get Juan Soto too.
Yeah. Alex with a 10. Brother JD and Solo. Is there a bigger match than Cody vs. KO that WWE could do for Saturday night's main event? Hope you guys and everyone in the chat have an incredible Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I mean, are there matches bigger than that? Yeah, I mean, there are bigger matches. As far as specifically on that show right now, well, you can't just do Cody and Randy. You got to build to it. So, yeah, I mean, for Cody, it's probably Cody and KO. As far as we only have a few weeks until Saturday night's main event, what other match would make sense?
Lauren with a 4. Bianca heel turn? No, probably not. Mariah turns on all her partners. You guys prefer AEW or WWE? Me, WWE. AEW is whack now. WWE is producing better television. Also, would be fire if you both did watch parties. Nah. I think that's the lowest fruit of content you can create. Not a fan. We tried that with Logan Paul. With Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, not a fan. Boots.
I've done a couple of watch-alongs before. People prefer the reviews.
Yeah.
By and large.
Boots with a $2 super chat. Christian's contract is probably an NDA. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Everybody's fucking NDA'd there. Sidro, if your house is cold, just stand in the corner. It's always 90 degrees there. Also, what do you call a man with a rubber toe? Roberto. Happy Thanksgiving. Sidro, you got him, bro. You got him. Matt Scales with an $8 super chat. AJD and Jason, the issue with AEW is it's on between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. depending on the time zone with no reruns. Oh, is that it? Or is it the fact that they couldn't sell fucking 10,000 seats to a 50,000 seat venue? I'm sure there's a lot of logistical reasons. Daniel Malcolm with a 2. Breaker on some 2001 heel Austin with these themes. Yeah. The Austin themes were a lot better than fucking Braun Breaker's 6 themes.
I was going to say, those themes are infinitely better.
Dev with a super chat. He says, Kevin finishing Cody's title run with a pile driver. I'd love to see it. I think that'd be great.
Package pile driver.
Yeah. Hidden Network. Hashtag free Ricky. TKU. And he leaves me a zippered mouth emoji. Let us know how you feel, brother. That 90s guy with a $5 super chat. AEW Grand Slam Australia just got moved to Brisbane Entertainment Centre, which fits about $13K. I just got an email about it. There you go.
All right, so they were able to slide in there then.
Bobby Means with a new membership. Thank you, Bobby Means. Apex with a 199. If Liv vs. Rhea is at Mania, how do you book that? I don't.
Yeah, no.
I don't book it.
It's over before then.
Scorpio with a $10 super chat. Storyline idea. What if Bianca beats Rhea at WrestleMania, have a long reign, and then have Jade come back and attack Bianca to reveal that she took her out, Jade versus Bianca, WrestleMania 42, 2026. Will Jade be ready by then? I don't know.
WrestleMania 42?
Yeah. I don't even know. I don't know what's happening fucking 2 weeks from now in WrestleMania 42.
Yeah, I mean, that's long-term booking right there.
We got The Abyss with a $4.99. You guys ever watch Heels? What do you think? I love it. Hope they make a season 3. The cliffhanger is killing me. I have not watched one episode.
I saw the first 2 episodes from the first season, and then I fell off. Not because it was bad. I just never went back to it. So I mean, I thought the first 2 episodes were good, but I can't tell you much more about the story because I didn't keep up with it.
We got a $2 super chat from Yo-Yo Spingucci. Solomonster and Jason be killing it. Swaggy AF, goated.
Yes,
yeah, we're swaggy AF, bro.
Well, no, I mean Solomonster and Jason. It's like I have 2 different identities here. Apparently, I'm killing it.
Yeah, look at that.
That's okay.
Fuck this other guy.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
The John Wick of Spider Hunters with the 28 months. Please make an OTS safe room. Ryback found my number from the dark web and wants to wrestle Goldberg at WrestleMania. And I said, eat chips, Baldy. Now I'm a scared boss. Nate, you are out there, brother. You are like Demeter Bullion. Clone Force with a $4.99. We thought KO would have a problem teaming up with OG Bloodline. Now he's for sure going to have issue with Sammy teaming up with CM Punk since KO hates him.
He better. It wouldn't make sense for him not to. They at least have to have a conversation about it.
Yeah. TK Banks with a 10. I bet TK let his faves, Mox Marina, MVP, do their GCW show this past Sunday, then pulled out after. Also, JD, I dare you to talk shit about TK's daddy and watch Ricky get pulled from Hog. I would not do that because I am a model employee. Why would I do that?
You don't bring people's families.
Nah. Shad is not even on TV. He's not done nothing to us. Who cares? I don't know why that was needed to be said by Effie. I don't know. Apex with a $1.99. You think Mets get Solo? I think it's a work. Yankees.
You mean Soto?
Soto. He's put Solo, but yeah, Soto.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to be on the Mets, but I don't think I would do them any good. I hope they do. I got my fingers crossed.
Michael Loden with a 5. Did you guys see Sammy throw a phone on the couch on SmackDown 2 weeks ago, and Sammy was pissed when Heyman came out? Sammy working for Solo. That was done for a reason. We just don't know why yet. We don't know whose phone he tossed, who was on the phone. We don't know.
I feel like people may be reading a little too much into that phone toss.
Tyreek Cunningham with a $2 super chat. JD Soul, do you think the Fluke storyline was botch hell? The Fluke?
What?
The Fluke storyline?
The Fluke storyline?
Yeah. I don't know, brother. What do you mean? Fluke storyline.
No idea. Yeah, I don't know.
Triple M.
What promotion is that Fluke storyline?
I have no idea.
Not one that I watch.
Triple M with a 5. I got my air trigger chill clip rocket sidearm. No more Iron Banner for me. Hope you get some good rolls, brother. I got no rolls, man. I got one roll that's decent, but not the one we need. And Justin with a $10 super chat. Finally, we'll end with this one. Hey, guys, great show tonight. NXT was solid tonight. Sure thing. Yeah, we believe you. Julia beat Kalani to qualify for the Iron Survivor Challenge. Good match. Gigi Dolan returned. How Ricky Starks is being benched is a crime. Yes, Julia was always going to qualify for the Iron Survivor, and that Iron Survivor women's match is going to be stacked. Stephanie Vaquer's in it, right?
Yep.
Bunch of women in it. Guys, we're about to get out of here, man. I got the hunger pains. I'm hungry. I got to get myself another beverage, and I'm going to leave it with this guy to sound us off for a great episode 74 here.
Well, we just had our longest episode, so I don't want to prolong this. I'll just say this. I want to wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving because we have Thanksgiving coming up here on Thursday. And so I hope you get to spend it with family, friends, food, lots and lots of food. That's what I'll be doing. But I am thankful for all of you and your support. And we've been killing it here on TNT every Tuesday. So I'm thankful to you guys and JD and everybody else in this community. So thank you and happy Thanksgiving.
Very well said, man. Happy Thanksgiving to you, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody here. One thing, I am not corrupting this guy. Please don't say it again. Never will happen. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate you. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. We will see you back next week. Episode 75 right here on Tuesday Night Titans. We'll see you guys later.